Hello and welcome back to another episode of True Crime Metrix. Tonight we're going to be looking at Johnny and Amber on the stand. You know, was there ever an episode of True Crime Metrix that needed less of an introduction? You know, we've all been there. We've all seen the TikTok videos, the impressions, the little clips here and there. My dog stepped on a bee. Ah, ha, 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 ha. But we're going to be breaking it down, folks. We're going to be breaking it right down. And we're going to be seeing what we see. Hello, Rayanne. Late notice for everybody in Metrix world tonight. You know, I haven't even put the post up on social media. Why? Because I have just woken up. It's 3 a.m. Oh, if only you guys knew what I went through to do my best to bring this to you at the appropriate hour and still try and get my rapid eye movement working on a daily basis. We got REM in the house tonight, Soap. Hello, Soap. Welcome, Soap. Say hello to your public. Say hello to your public. Special guests tonight include Sebastian the Crab from everyone's favourite underwater Disney film, The Little Mermaid. Also making an appearance will be the Big Blue Genie, played by the late, great Robin Williams from Aladdin. We did receive a correspondence from Grandmother Willow's media team, stating that although she would have loved to appear on tonight's program, her current situation does not allow for her to be uprooted. We hope everyone will join all of us at the True Crime Metrix team and studio in wishing Grandmother Willow a speedy return back to perfect health. So, no prep Metrix over here. Haven't even got a video queued up. I guess we're just going to search, right? We're just going to search. Let's go to the wiretaps. Let's go to the wiretaps. Let's search together. Let's get some behind-the-scenes searching going on. Straight up YouTube. Oh, how intimate. You can all see my just natural YouTube.com. What shows up here? We got Grizzly True Crime. We're coming for you, Grizzly. We're coming for you, Grizzly. We're going to brush up our act. We're going to look all posh. And then we're coming for a collab. It's going to be great. I think everybody on my audience loves Grizzly. But, you know, she's got a huge audience. So not everybody on Grizzly has heard of True Crime Metrix. Obviously. We're coming, Grizzly. But for now, what are we doing? So should we start off with Johnny or Amber? I know that technically we should start off with Johnny. But I think we're going to do Amber, you know. Amber Heard. Direct testimony. Now, as you all know, there is a boatload of content concerning this, so I don't think we're going to be able to really get through everything. It's just going to be a sort of clip show, I think. You know, what about this one? Let's try this one.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Be seated. All right. Your next witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Laura Amber Heard to the stand.
All right.
Amber.
So it's Laura Amber Heard. Or is it Amber Laura? You know, I love listening to Miss... Is it Brederhoff? Something like that. Good old German name, Brederhoff, over here. She's just such a fuddy-duddy, right? She's just kind of gets flustered, even with herself. You know, when you're up against Camille Vasquez, who's going to object at every opportunity, I can understand why. But, you know, Johnny's team really is the pinnacle example of the caliber of lawyers that you can have if money is no option, no, object. Like if you can spend, Johnny's team is an amazing ensemble cast of fantastic lawyers. Amber's less so, right?
Amber Laura.
Oh, it is Amber Laura. So she fucked up just introducing her, got her name wrong. Could you imagine? Amber's already like, what'd you say, bitch? What'd you say? Laura Amber Heard? It's Amber Laura, you fuck!
I do.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I swear by Almighty God to testify truthfully in this matter. Well, we'll see. But I don't know about this split screen Lauren crime. Is the whole thing like that? I don't want to watch it like that. Come on. I gotta find another copy. Well, we'll see how we get on.
All right, thank you. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your name?
Yes, it's Amber Laura Heard.
Yeah,
And what is your address?
Yeah, I'll state my name. I'll state my name correctly, unlike what you just did.
I live in Yucca Valley, California.
And how old are you, Amber?
I am 36. I just celebrated.
Okay. And do you have a daughter?
We're getting a lot of defendants, suspects at the moment that have either just had a birthday or are just about to have the birthday. Yesterday we had one with Jennifer Soto. If you haven't seen that video, check it out on our channel page. Also, Ali Abulaban just had a birthday. Is that our thing now? Birthday testimony?
I do. She also celebrated her birthday recently. She's one.
Okay. And what is your...
Oh, okay. Big Metrix interruption. Some people like it, some people don't. But I got to interrupt, we see this all the time. We see people having babies seemingly in support of their legal concerns, right? We saw it with, we haven't actually covered it, but everyone has seen it with, what's her goddamn name? Dahlia Dipper didn't do anything, Dippolito. Someone should delito her ass. No, she had a baby when she was out on bail, and who was the other one? Ooh. Charlie Adelson had a baby. And I think that the reason sometimes people have babies is because they're like, oh, if I look like a good dad, maybe the court will back off and the prosecutor will be like, okay, well, he was a murderer, but he's clearly settled down.
Profession?
Oh, hang on. We just received a WhatsApp correspondence from our fabulous moderator. No split screen. All right. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. Thank you, Amy. I am too tired to deal with this shit. Here we go.
You seated? All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Laura Amber Heard to the stand.
All right.
Amber Laura.
Oh, man. And you just know that Amber Heard is the type of celebrity that gets really pissed off anyone who is providing her service. I have me personally, as a celebrity, if I go to a restaurant and somebody brings me a meal on a plate that is square, I freak the fuck out. You know, I've never done it, but I have been close to just picking the plate up and throwing it against the wall. Okay, I cannot stand square plates, and I think Amber, maybe she likes square plates, but you know, that kind of thing. Super diva.
I do.
All right, thank you. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your name
Correctly.
Yes, it's Amber Laura Heard.
and what is your address?
I live in Yucca Valley, California.
And how old are you, Amber?
I am 36.
Even that question, what is your address? It shouldn't be phrased like that. And thankfully, Amber has been prepped, clearly, and knows that she doesn't need to give her address. You know, where do you live? You don't have to say, we hear that all the time. Where do you live? You don't have to say your full address. Just, you know, rough geographical location.
6. I just celebrated.
Okay. And do you have a daughter?
I do. She also celebrated her birthday recently. She's 1.
Okay. And what is your profession?
I'm a simple mother, simple woman mother. Yes, I used to be an actor. Then my contract was cut.
I am an actor, mostly.
Okay. Now, why are you here?
Yeah, I might debate that one with you, Amber. I've seen some clips from Aquaman. I was so unimpressed. I don't know that I'd never heard of Amber Heard before this trial. Not once. Never heard the name. Nothing. So I checked out some of her acting and looked at a little bit of Aquaman 2, or whatever it is, and it's shit acting. No good at all. Clearly, has her looks working for her, and you know, yes, I've seen pictures of her looking very attractive, but in general terms, not for me.
I am here because my ex-husband is suing me for an op-ed I wrote.
And how do you feel about that?
I'd never heard the term op-ed as well, either. Like, what? It's still not. I did look that up, and I do know what it means, but I can't even remember off the top of my head.
I struggle to have the words. I struggle to find the words to describe how painful this is. This is horrible for me to sit here for weeks and relive everything. Hear people that I knew, some well, some not. My ex-husband, with whom I shared a life, speak about our lives in the way that they have. This is the most painful and difficult thing I've ever gone through, for sure.
Now, there was a trial in the UK in July of 2020 where Mr. Depp had sued the Sun newspaper and Dan Wooten. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what was your level of participation in that lawsuit, in that trial?
Well, I was not party to that lawsuit. I was a witness, I suppose the primary witness, since it dealt with the truth of the relationship that I shared with Johnny.
And what, if any, role did you have to play with respect to, for example, witness statements and testifying?
Objection, compound.
I said, for example.
Let's explore if that was a compound before the judge rules.
Witness, since it dealt with the truth of the relationship that I shared with Johnny.
And what, if any, role did you have to play with respect to, for example, witness statements and testifying?
Objection, compound.
Okay, love Camille Vasquez. Fantastic, very competent lawyer that ain't shy to show her skill, but I don't see a compound question there. As far as I understand it, a compound question is when there are two separate elements to the phrasing of a question. Like if I say, when you celebrated your birthday, did you order the steak and did you sit at the head or the foot of the table? You know, there's two questions there. That's a compound question, right? A mix. I didn't see that here. Sorry, Camille.
I said, for example.
Overruled.
I had to write, I think I gave 7 witness statements under oath testimony. I sat on the stand for 4 days under mostly cross-examination. And up until this point, it was the hardest thing I had ever had to do.
Thank you, Amber. I'm going to take you back, and if you can just tell the jury a little bit about your background. Tell us where you grew up.
I come from Austin, Texas, a small town outside of Austin that you probably haven't heard of. No one has. Called Manor.
I was going to move to Austin, Texas, a small town outside Austin, Texas. Manor. I was going to move to Liberty Hill. How far is that? Maybe we should go to the maps. But is it really that interesting? Probably not. Let's continue.
And I was raised by my mother and my father. And I grew up with a little sister, although I have a big sister as well.
And your little sister's name is?
Her name is Depp Heard.
And how much of an age difference is there between the two of you?
Whitney and I are about 1 year, I think we're 16 months apart, so right next to each other.
And what did your father do for a living?
My father broke horses and did construction, he painted houses, and hunted and fished, but that was for fun.
And what did your mom do?
She worked for the state of Texas.
Let me just, since you talked about the breaking horses, can you just tell the jury what your role is in assisting your dad on that and what is involved in breaking horses?
Objection, leading.
Can you just tell me about?
Overruled. Good.
You just got to stay on, basically. I would help him. I was more of a crash test dummy. You know, when you train a horse, it's a wild animal. It doesn't necessarily like to be ridden. And
Of course, she's going to go on to compare Johnny Depp to a wild horse that she's breaking later in testimony, you know, which is funny. But, you know, this early portion of her life, breaking horses, the dad is obviously a man's man, right? He's breaking horses, he's hunting, he's fishing, he's painting houses. Yeah, what was the other thing? Construction, you know. Probably got a loyalty card for Home Depot. Goes into the tradesman entrance, the special tradesman entrance at Home Depot, you know. Probably got some obnoxious hat of some kind. Drives a pickup, you know. Yeah, Amber's early life, very tomboy from the sounds of it. We'll get into that at a later stage, but you know, already they're setting that up as a scene setter, right?
People out there who are crazy enough, like my dad, to pick that as a profession, I guess. And he was really good with horses, and I was the son he never had, so it was my job to, you know, stay on.
And what, if any?
Hey, Leah. Is this Leah? Is this the Leah from up in BC? Haven't seen you in a while, Leah. If that's you, welcome back.
Thing did you learn from your father about how to react to the horses?
Well, with training horses, I guess the key things are to not show fear, not get intimidated, not show fear, be tough and calm.
Oh.
Tell the jury a little bit.
And what was that noise? What was that noise? Have we got our coffee alerts set up? Did someone just buy us a coffee that I missed? I just got a notification, but I don't know what it was. Let's check the coffees. Okay. Nope, not a coffee. Yet. But links are in the description if you want to support the channel, guys. On this very, very tired, cold day. Oh my gosh. Oh, I got Nicole Kessinger vocal fry going on. Let me clear my throat. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Oh, God damn it.
About your educational background during those growing up years and your work experience.
I worked any job that I could from the time I was really young. I wanted to get out of Texas and do something with my life and see things and do things. So I was in school and really...
Well, surely you could find somewhere in Texas that would allow you to do things. It's an enormous state, you know. Have you ever seen that thing where they take the outline of Texas and plonk it on top of Europe? It's like the whole thing. You know, it's a huge state.
I pushed myself to... I just always pushed myself to be able to accelerate the process. I wanted to, you know, get out of school as fast as I could, and I wanted to do more things with my life than stay in Texas.
So what type...
Leo says, oops, wrong live, lol. But hi, everyone. I don't know how to interpret that, Leah. Stay a while. Let's see where we go with this.
Of things. So where did you go to school when you were younger?
I was a scholarship kid at a Catholic school growing up, several different Catholic schools, but they were always in the other, you know, on the other side of town, in the wealthier part of town.
Thanks so much, Julia Rock, for those 3 cups of coffee. You rock, Julia Rock. And thank you kindly.
I grew up quite working class, and thankfully with you know, as long as I maintained an A average, I enjoyed the benefit of a scholarship, and I did that until I realized that I could take my GED and SATs early, and I did that and placed out of school and effectively left school at 16 years old, I believe.
And what did you do for work during those younger years?
Yeah, me too. That's when I left school. And look at me now.
I took any job that I could. I worked at my father's construction company, sometimes, you know, just administrative stuff. I mean, it was a small company. But I answered phones, and I worked at a modeling agency that was also, you know, offered photography classes, makeup classes, hair and makeup classes for...
Yeah, makeup classes are going to come in handy, aren't they, Amber? How's that bruise kit, Amber?
People that were pursuing a career in entertainment. and I started taking classes that I paid for by working there, effectively as a trade. And I eventually worked there long enough to be able to pay for my headshots, which are the pictures that you use in the industry to promote yourself, you know, in whatever, acting, modeling, or both.
Okay. And what, if any, charitable work did you do when you were still young?
It started off as a requirement for the school I went to, and then I liked it so much, I think, because it meant I wasn't at home, and that was important to me, is just to not spend time at home. And I really loved meeting people, so I worked at the soup kitchen every morning before school, during the school year, for about 4 years. I didn't go on weekends, but on weekends I would do various things, worked at children.
Brian Faircloth says that she worked glory holes. You can't be serious. No. You can't be serious.
Like at children's museums, typically, because they would work with younger volunteers, and mostly soup kitchens and things involving children. I worked at the with deaf kids for a while, and I love it.
And when you worked with Depp...
Thanks so much, Rayanne, for that fabulous cup of Joe.
Kids, what, if anything, did you do to learn to be able to work with them?
Objection leading and 404. And relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled. Well, I taught myself how to sign basic sign language, and then I pursued it. I audited a course at the community college, which I ended up going to get out of high school early later on. But I would audit classes. The teachers never wanted to kick the, random 12-year-old out of their class, I suppose. So I remarkably was able to audit, I think, the majority of 2 semesters, and that's also helped me learn.
So how did you end up in Los Angeles?
I did a small job in Texas where I played a part in a movie, and the actor in the movie that I was playing opposite had an agent visiting him from LA, and I met her on set, and she said that she had heard about me from another bit part I did. I was taking jobs in Austin for really anything, to be an extra, to apply I did makeup once. Nothing, no job was too small or, for me. So I put myself out there, and she had heard about me, and she said, I have heard about you in this town, and I'd love to meet you in LA if you're ever.
Thanks so much, Amy, for those 3 cups of Java. I'm excited to cover Depp Heard as well. I mean, we're just going to see what we see. I don't know. I'm not going to play the whole 2.5 hours of Amber's direct. I want to get to the cross. I want to get to some of Johnny's testimony. And I also want to do the post-trial interview that Amber did. That's good. That's very good. We'll play the whole thing of that. But as far as the testimonies go, they're too long for us to cover the whole thing, guys. I don't think anyone needs or wants that. So let's see how far we get.
Ever out in LA, and I was like, when can I come? And she made an appointment with me for the following week, and I used all but $180 or something to get out there, and I landed. I didn't know anyone. I was 17, and I've effectively been there ever since, I suppose.
So when you arrived in Hollywood, please tell the jury what you did to get moving there, get going.
I went to every audition, every casting, every meeting, every appointment that I could. I put myself out there. I didn't have a car because those are expensive.
I'd love if the follow-up question to this was, were you required when you first got to Los Angeles to show your tits? Because I bet that happened more than once, at least, at the very, very least.
So I took the bus around LA. It was before smartphones. I had a Thomas guide in my bag and a change of tank tops. Not that it mattered, but I went to about 10 auditions sometimes a day and would change clothes if I needed to in the back of, the bus I was taking. And I just hustled from one audition to the other. And I got a bit part on one thing, and then I got a bit part on another thing. And then eventually my roles kind of became more important or bigger. And it's been a slow progression, I guess, since then, of doing either tiny bit parts in bigger movies or doing, larger roles in movies that no one would see. And I guess,
well, anyone can do that. I've done that. Yeah, that's the word for non-celebrity actor. I could do tiny bit parts in larger movies or big parts in nothing movies with tits.
I guess, it still is kind of like that.
So I'm going to ask you to go from 2002 to 2009. If you could just describe for the jury a little bit what types of parts you had. I think they've indicated you have not been well known here in this courtroom compared to Mr. Depp. So perhaps just take them through a little bit of that.
Yeah. Thank you for that, attorney. You're not well known. No one here knows who you are or what you've done compared to Mr. Depp, who is a pedigree A-list actor. Yeah, I wasn't... I've never been a super Johnny Depp fan. I mean, yeah, who doesn't enjoy Pirates of the Caribbean? It's great movie. What else do I like? Blow was okay-ish. I did watch that Donnie Brasco once, but only once. And if I really like a movie, I'll watch it 35 times.
Fair. I did small roles in big films like Zombieland and
Sleepy Hollow. I have never seen Edward Scissorhands. It's not for me.
Apple Express and movies that were well known. My first one was Friday Night Lights, but again, I had small roles in those bigger films, and then I would do larger roles.
Oh, I did see Pineapple Express, but I didn't acknowledge or care about her character. I didn't think to look her up, like, oh, who is that fabulous actress? It didn't come up,
Roles in kind of smaller films, like I did a project where I was the lead in a John Carpenter film, and he came out of retirement to do that. And that's kind of how it was in terms of my career for those that first initial 10 years or so. It was just going from slightly bigger role to slightly bigger role and just working my butt off.
So I'm going to take you up to 2008. Did there come a time that you auditioned for The Rum Diary?
Yes, I auditioned for that in about 2008, I believe.
Please describe.
Yeah, Amy, she was the girlfriend of Seth Rogen, who was in high school. It was like pretty low part.
For the jury, your experience in auditioning for The Rum Diary.
Well, I auditioned a few times, which is common in my work. You get a call back, as they say. And I think I had at least one, maybe two callbacks. with the director, and then I got a call saying that Johnny, who at the time was, I think I knew that he was producing it as well, was doing a project that was something very personal to him. He was reprising his role as his late friend, Hunter S. Thompson, and it was a very important project to him, and that he wanted to meet me in person. I thought I would be going for maybe an audition, but it was just a meeting. I went to his office and met with him for a few hours.
And what did you talk about during those few hours?
We talked about books and music, poetry. We like a lot of the same. We liked a lot of the same stuff. You know, obscure writers and interesting books and pieces of poetry that I haven't heard anybody else reference or know or like. And he was very well read and charismatic and.
Yeah, she's got this big thing about books, right? Reading these huge intellectual books on the stand. I think it was Elon Musk that gave her a copy of Ayn Rand's The Fountainhead. And there's a picture of her reading The Fountainhead on set while she's getting makeup, so, hair and makeup. She's reading this huge intellectual book, Ayn Rand, The Fountainhead. So, capitalism then. I mean, it's like, yeah. No, I see her big intellectual book reading as nothing more than a tool to, demonstrate that she's, quote unquote, not just a pretty face. I don't see the merits that would normally be produced by reading the kind of material that she occupies herself with. I don't see those merits being built up in a way that is suggestive of, the kind of development that you could expect from reading the materials that she does. It seems to be a pose, a tool. Hey, look, I'm reading The Fountainhead.
I think I left the office with a few books that he gave me, and we spent the whole time just talking about things that we care about. And I was so surprised that somebody, I knew who he was. I wasn't familiar, I wasn't a fan of his work. I wasn't familiar with him, but I knew who he was.
Good point, Patricia Burns, who says, and yet she doesn't use the word erudite. She says well-read. Yeah, exactly. This is my point. And she's not dumbing it down for the jury. That is her own vocabularic limitation. Vocabularic. Now I'm testing myself.
One of the most famous people in the world. So it was already a weird thing to go and get called into his office. And, I'm a no-name actor. I was 22.
Yeah, I got that right. No name. What's your name? Amber something.
I think. And I thought it was unusual. It was weird because he was twice my age and he's this world-famous actor. And here we are getting along about obscure books and weird, old blues, and we just it was. I thought it was remarkable,
Which old blues? What are we talking here? Are we talking Big Joe Turner? Are we talking John Lee Hooker? What old blues? Which one?
I just hadn't really, I thought it was unusual and remarkable. I left there just feeling like, wow.
So did there come a time that you learned that you were going to be cast for the role in The Rum Diary?
Yes, a few days later, my agent said that Johnny...
Yeah, which is blatantly Johnny Depp going, hey, that's a nice piece of tail, and put her in the fucking film. And I want to do the swimming pool scene. Can we put her in the swimming pool scene? so she can get all wet?
He's going to call you. We gave him your phone number. I was like, oh, okay. And shortly after, my phone rings, I pick it up, and I hear, this like deep voice on the other line, and he said, "You got the..."
Robert Johnson and Leadbelly. Thanks, Black Eagle. Yeah. That'll cut it. What is that, 1920s? I think that definitely qualifies as old blues. It's got to be 30s, 20s, 30s.
You're it, kid. You're the dream. Hunter wrote this part, and you're the dream. You're it, kid. I was like,
And
amazed.
please describe for the jury what that means. What was the Rum Diary in this Hunter Thompson? What was the concept here, and what role were you playing?
Well, it was my understanding that he was bringing to life his late friend, and what he told me was that this character is supposed to be the dream woman, like the dream, American dream.
That's an interesting point, Patricia Burns, who says she thinks she is re-attracting him with this bollocks. I'd never thought about that. But I suppose that is what she's doing, right? She's trying to trigger the memory of his attraction, and we can assume to create sympathy, to have him back off the attack, which he's doing pretty forcefully.
Dream. And so I knew what he meant. He indicated.
Thank you, Tarantino. We got to give a shout out to Big Mama Thornton. Any Janis Joplin fans in the house? A little song called Ball and Chain? That wasn't written by Janis Joplin. That was written by Big Mama Thornton, who performed it with Buddy Guy live. And God, can we play that? I'm gonna get copyrighted the shit out of that. But big shout out to our good friend Tarantina for Big Mama Thornton. Yes.
To me when he told me I got the role that I was that, that I was the dream kid. That's what he said.
So did there come a time that you started filming the Rum Diary?
Yes, I'm not quite sure how much. I think we started filming in maybe March of 2009.
And where did you film the Rum Diary?
We shot it in Puerto Rico.
And describe, if you can, the events of the filming and your interactions with Mr. Depp during that time.
It was a bit surreal, filming in a place like Puerto Rico. It was beautiful. It takes place in the 50s, so...
Puerto. It's Puerto.
Everything really looked beautiful, cars and clothing, the music. It was a very colorful shoot in general. I couldn't have asked for a better scenario. I was on film. I was on set reading my books, and occasionally Johnny would talk to me, and then he started
reading my books, reading my huge intellectual books,
be really kind to me, more open with me. When we'd have hot days filming, there'd be this big SUV pull up, and a security guard would kind of usher me into this car, and it would have the
Fucking Johnny Depp's got the best advertisement for an Escalade that I've ever seen. There's this moment where he pulls up to court in the Escalade with If a 6 Turned Out to Be 9 playing, Jimi Hendrix, loud. And it's just got real presence. The SUV pulls up real quick. It's a big old Escalade. And I remember the Alec Baldwin trial, where he pulled up to the court in I think it was a Suburban, a new one, but not a good one, a bad, in my mind at least, a bad edition of the classic Suburban, and it was so nothing. But when Johnny pulls up to the courthouse in the Escalade with if a 6 turned out to be 9 playing, it looks fucking cool. I gotta give it to him.
AC blasting, and I'd be sitting in the back of the SUV just thinking what a strange experience the whole thing was. And we didn't really have a whole lot of interaction on set until we did a scene that involved kissing. We had a kissing scene, and it didn't feel like a normal scene anymore. It felt more real. There are certain things that you do in the job to be professional, like when you have to do that sort of scene, and you don't you don't use your tongue if you can avoid it. There's certain things that you do to just maintain a certain line, and it just felt like those lines were blurred. I mean, he grabbed my face and pulled me into him and really kissed me. But we were filming a scene.
Did he use his tongue?
Yes.
Okay. Did you celebrate your birthday while you were in Puerto Rico?
I did. I celebrated, I think, maybe my 23rd birthday there.
And what, if anything, did
Cool,
Mr.
that's-
Depp do for your birthday?
Well,
That is seriously young. I mean, God, not too young, but pretty young. 23rd birthday. And he's what, like 45?
we were already kind of talking about books and poetry and things like that. He gave me a few really beautiful poetry books.
Should we share some poetry? Let's go to Bukowski. Let's go to Charles Bukowski. Johnny Depp is big Hunter S. Thompson fan, right? I bet he fucking loves Charles Bukowski. Let's read some Metrix poetry. Shit, man. Bukowski. What is that poem called? It's about as bleak as you could imagine. Have we read it on this channel before? How do we share this? We go to save image as. Okay. And then we come back to the streaming thing. We read a Robert Frost poem on this channel once, and the crowd went wild. Let's see what we did with Bukowski. Here we go. Alone with everybody. The flesh covers the bone, and they put a mind in there, and sometimes a soul. And the women break vases against the walls, and the men drink too much, and nobody finds the one. But keep looking, crawling in and out of beds. Flesh covers the bone, and the flesh searches for more than flesh. There's no chance at all. We are all trapped by a singular fate. Nobody ever finds the one. The city dumps fill. The junkyards fill. The madhouses fill. The hospitals fill. The graveyards fill. Nothing else fills. I guarantee you Johnny Depp loves that poem.
And he gave me a bicycle, like a vintage bicycle, because at the time I was riding around on a bike, and I had a lot of time off since I was a smaller role in the movie. And yeah, I think that was it.
Okay. Now, did there come a time that you ended up visiting him in his trailer?
Yes, I think there was we would hang out if, after or in between scenes or in between setups. We often were, talking about things and would continue the conversation into the trailer, often with the director. Bruce Robinson was his name. And then at one point we talk about wine. It's another thing that Johnny and I...
Oh yeah, we talked about wine. We talked about wine. We had a love of red wine. And I know that, red wine can be something that people can become connoisseur and expert and have an appreciation. But every so often, there's somebody that uses red wine in particularly way more than white, right? Red wine is a dangerous, dangerous thing in the wrong hands. Amber's hands are the wrong hands.
We shared in common a love for wine, red wine. And we were talking about a kind of wine that I enjoyed, and I was, going on about how great this bargain wine was, and I didn't understand, how much more sophisticated Johnny's taste in wine was. So I was going on about the virtues of Malbec or something, and I brought him a bottle of this wine, and I set it down.
I was going on about the virtues of Malbec. Well, if you like wine so much, let's go and pay a visit to Sarah Boone. We're going to get a magnum of Woodbridge Chardonnay. Oh, Woodbridge. I'm not sure how these budget wineries come up with their names, but Woodbridge Chardonnay is so indicative of nothing cheap, $5 a bottle wine, isn't it? Woodbridge. You got a bottle of Woodbridge?
And at some point,
But yes, Amber, tell us about the virtues of Malbec. Tell us about the virtues of Australian Shiraz. Tell us about the virtues of... well, what else you got? Cabernet Sauvignon.
Going back to get back to set, and he kind of kicked his, foot up in the air and basically kind of lifted the back of my bathrobe up. And
Can I just stop you there? Why were you wearing a bathrobe?
because I was doing a scene, it was a period film, so it took place in the 50s. And so I had all of this old undergarments that are for that time era on.
Yeah, baggy, large and baggy undergarments on me.
And the scene involved me changing. So I had all the costume on. And he kind of picked up the back of my robe with his boot. And I kind of turned around and laughed, giggled, I didn't know what to make of it at the time. And I just kind of giggled. And
Is she trying to make this sound like a sexual assault? I just imagine Johnny Depp in some trailer, kicking up the tail end of her bathrobe to see these 1950s undergarments, saying, what does he say? You're the dream, kid. You're the dream, kid. He talks in this way that's very Bukowski, that's very Hunter-esque, and... You're the dream, kid. Let me kick up that tail and see those 1950s undergarments. If you have to refer to them as undergarments, they're not sexy. At all.
batted it away playfully, and he kind of playfully kind of pushed me down on this bed sofa, that was in his trailer, just playful. And
she could have so made this sound like a rape, right? He threw me onto the sofa. He told me I was the dream, and he lifted my undergarments.
Flirtatious, and he said, yum. And he kind of like lifted up his eyebrows like that. And I just giggled, laughed it off, kind of batted him away, and, moved on, went back to set.
And were you in a relationship at that time?
I was.
Okay. And was Mr. Depp in a relationship at that time?
That was my understanding, yeah.
Okay. And did anything else of significant happen during that time period while you were filming with Mr. Depp, other than what you've told us?
We just had this, it was a friendship, a flirtatious thing. I felt chemistry. I felt this other thing that went beyond the pale of my job, for sure. Johnny clearly felt.
Well, that's the thing with famous people, I mean, there's chemistry, but it's not necessarily because of you.
That way about me, had indicated to me that that's how he felt in many different ways, but at the same time, we were both in relationships, and it is a job, and it was intimidating, and I just remember feeling kind of intimidated and a little nervous about that. And I also was in a relationship, so we went our separate ways, and I didn't hear from him for a long time.
And that's so. Approximately how long were you filming in Puerto Rico for The Rum Diary?
A few months is my best
All
guess.
right. And when you left Puerto Rico and the filming, when is the next time that you had any contact from Mr. Depp? And contact could include anything, communications, written communications, as well as telephone or otherwise.
We had no contact until Johnny called me on the phone one day, and I was driving, and he invited me over to his home in California, in Beverly Hills. And it was out of the blue. I didn't even have his phone number, so it was quite unexpected. He called me a second time, but I don't think we actually connected, or we didn't stay on the phone because we didn't really speak. But the first time was the only time I actually spoke to him, and he invited me.
Wouldn't it be great if she was from West Philadelphia, born and raised on the playground is where she spent most of her days?
Over to his house under kind of he said that, we could get Bruce, who was the director, to come over, something about the movie, but it was clearly not about the movie, if you know what I mean. It was, so I said, I said, my friends are in town, and I'm busy with that. And
Dan Bailey says she's a good-looking woman, though. I mean, I would have no shortage of good-looking women to put ahead of her. I have seen some pictures. She does have the symmetry thing going on, but pretty much only in serious studio photography, where you've got all the benefit of lights, makeup, stylists, everything going for you. Yes, I can see that she has some natural beauty, but just in general terms, you're going to put her ahead of Selma Hayek? You're going to put her ahead of Penelope Cruz? I don't think so.
Kind of hung up, feeling really startled, that didn't know what else to do.
What, if any, gifts did Mr. Depp send you?
For me personally, the combination of Selma Hayek and Penelope Cruz, I'm done. That's all the women I need.
During that time period after you filmed The Rum Diary?
He sent me several gifts. He sent me a beautiful dress, one that I wore in the movie, with a beautiful handwritten note, said happy wrapping. And made a reference to the dress being wrapping paper. He sent me a few gorgeous, expensive, what I can only assume are expensive.
Maybe we should do a Will Smith episode soon. You know, that fucking Chris Rock slap and this nightmare goddamn relationship with Jada. Is that what we're becoming? Celebrity commentary channel?
Collectible books, items. And then when I was away filming on a different job, he he did send me some guitars. I know one delivery, I was informed about one delivery, and my partner at the time intercepted the attempt to deliver and called me immediately and said, "What should I do?" And I said, "Send it back." And she did, and she indicated that there was another one that had already previously attempted delivery, and it was also rejected. I sent it back because I wasn't there, and I wouldn't have accepted it anyway.
Okay. Did there come a time that you ended up having to go on a press tour for the Rum Diary?
I got a call for the Rum Diary press tour in the fall of 2011.
So that's close to 2.5 years after you filmed?
I'm an actress, not a mathematician for a reason. Roughly, yes.
Okay. And could you please describe for the jury what a press tour is? Just explain it to them.
Well, you take a movie once it's completed, and if it doesn't have distribution, you, as part of the promotion of that movie, you go to these various places, normally cities like London or New York, and you do press events in those cities to kind of promote the film, and you go to place talking about the film.
And so you were then called to participate in the press tour for the Rum Diary?
And don't quote me here, but as far as I remember, you know, we could put it like this, that the Rum Diary was a kind of pet project of Johnny Depp, because he's got this, you know, relationship with Hunter S. Thompson, who wrote Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, who wrote the Rum Diary, and a bunch of other stuff. And there's this fatherly relationship between Johnny and Hunter. So the Rum Diary as a movie was kind of just a personal project to Johnny Depp, and did terribly. You know, was a nothing film that didn't do anything. So there's that, as far as I remember. I've never seen it. I've never seen the Rum Diary. I don't need or want that.
Yes, I had I had just finished going through the process of separation with my former partner.
Megyn Kelly is Dan Bailey's crush, apparently. I don't even know who that is. Let's bring it up. Megyn Kelly. Okay. I'm looking for the most attractive picture. Kind of a little domineering, Dan. Can we share this? Save image. And then share image. Uh-huh. So here's Megyn Kelly, Dan's go-to woman. I do like dark eyes.
Partner, and I was moving and going through that, and I got a phone call saying remember that movie you did in Puerto Rico? Well, they want you for the press tour. And I said, well, perfect timing. And we did that, I think, late October 2011.
Okay. So describe for the jury your interactions with Mr. Depp during the press tour.
Well, on the the beginning of the tour was Los Angeles, where we both lived, and we did a press day, normal press day, and then at the end of it, I was invited by Johnny to come up to his room to have a drink with him and the director of the film. And I went up to the room to see both him and Bruce, but as soon as I got there, Johnny said Bruce wasn't going to make it. So I stayed. Johnny and I started talking. He asked me about my relationship. I said, well, I'm going through it. I'm going through the separation right now, and it's been, rough couple of months, but that's normal. And he said, well, that's same with me. It's been, I can't remember exactly how long he said it had been, but that he had split from the mother of his kids, and said that he understood.
All right. And then what happened next?
Then we drank red wine and continued to talk, and the talking became us, reconnect. It was like reconnection was almost instant. It was just chemistry. It's hard to explain that, but we sat on the couch and we talked, and it felt like there was it felt like there was an electricity to the room, and it's how I felt when I was alone with him anyway. And it was instant again. I was like, whoa. So on the couch, we talked, finished some wine, and then I got up and left. And as I went to leave, he grabbed both sides of my face, similar to what he did in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, riding shotgun. We're confessing our star crushes. Let's guess riding shotguns. Who would riding shotgun's perfect celebrity be? I'm going to say... I want to say either Colin Firth or Clive Owen. Am I right? Riding shotgun? Either of those do it for you?
When we were filming that scene, and he kissed me, and I kissed him back.
And what happened next with respect to any relation?
Well, Burt Reynolds is front runner in any woman's league. Or man. I mean, I'd sleep with Burt Reynolds.
With Mr. Depp.
Well, then we fell in love. We went on this press tour, and we went. It was a beautiful and strange time. We were flying from one, not together, but going from one city to the next, Europe, New York, Los Angeles, as I said, and we're just traveling around talking about this movie that we did together, that we participated in together.
Yeah, we know your celebrity crush, Amy. It's fucking Justin Timberlake.
And we were falling in love. I mean, it was just, at the first dinner in London, he sat me next to me. He produced the film.
Hey, look at that. I hit riding shotgun right on the sweet spot. Right on the target. Colin Firth for the win.
And was a part of controlling the film and was responsible for different things than I was as a small...
Cillian Murphy or Tom Hardy. Looks like someone likes the Peaky Blinders. But could you handle Tom Hardy dressed up as what's his name? Alfie Solomons? Would you take that, Patricia?
As an actor having a small part in it. And we went on this press tour, and I think in London he had me sat next to him at a dinner, and then we ended up spending the night together in my hotel room. And for the rest of the press tour, we were It was on. I'll put it that way.
All right. And
It was on.
how long approximately did the
What
press
does that
tour
mean?
go?
That we banged. For the rest of the press tour, it was on. I'll put it that way. Quote unquote, we banged.
I don't know exactly how long it lasted. I think, there were press
3 minutes.
engagements in this city for a few days, and then another city for a few days, and then there was a break, and then there was another press opportunity, I believe. So it was kind of spread out over
Ed Harris, fantastic. Just take me to Glengarry Glen Ross. Ed Harris all the way.
over maybe a month, if I'm guessing.
So when you returned to Los Angeles, what, if anything, took place with any relationship with Mr. Depp?
Well, once we were back from the press tour, we had this, whirlwind romance kind of just in these like beautiful places all over. And
Hey, whirlwind romance. I'm flashing back to Christopher DeCoste questioning Wendy Adelson. Miss Adelson, this is all about you, isn't it? There's 100 people in this courtroom, probably thousands watching, and it's all about your bad marriage, isn't it? It was a whirlwind romance. Oh, maybe we should go back to the Adelson case and just do the whole goddamn thing again. Maybe I should tell this story from the get-go. It's spanning 20 years now. From J-Date, from Donna and Wendy sitting down on J-Date, that was 21 years ago. It's been 19 years since Wendy and Dan got married with no kosher food at the wedding. Should we do the whole thing again? In prep for Donna's trial coming up in June.
we're falling in love and not able to really show it.
What do you think, guys? Should we skip ahead? We've done a good chunk of Amber's direct. What do you think? Let me get some feedback here. Should we skip ahead in the direct, or go over to the cross, or go over to Johnny? What should we do? One of you moderators, give me some direction here. My brain is half operational at the moment. I can't curate this effectively.
It because he wasn't, that the world didn't know about this.
When did you start confiding in your mother about the
Little fold down, like kitchen, dining room area in this trailer. I mean, it's a trailer, so there's only.
Yeah. You went to fucking Coachella. You took mushrooms and Mandy at the same time. Freaked out. I love it when Camille Vasquez is like, "You also consumed drugs at Coachella, didn't you, Miss Heard? In fact, you took MDMA and mushrooms at the same time. Isn't that so? Your driver testified here to take you back to your hotel, stopping at a 7-Eleven to purchase hydrating fluids, Adderall, and a pot noodle for yourself." Yeah, let's go to the cross. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I've got 5 hours in me tonight, guys. Where are we? YouTubes. Give me the YouTubes. Amber Heard cross. How many S's are in cross? 2. Cross-examination. Well, this is all split screen as well. Maybe that'll be fine. Maybe that'll be fine. Oh, hang on. Fabulous moderator. Oh, who is that? Right. We got a fabulous moderator, Amy, on the case tonight, guys, with the links.
People will talk. They see us together again. Let's get it this time. Good morning. There you go.
Morning. How are you? Good morning. How you doing?
Huge difference to, you know, the way Johnny walks into the courthouse, bowing, shaking hands. Amber doesn't do any of that. You know? She really missed a trick there, and it was a fabulous tactic, and I believe it was a tactic, you know. Wonderful. Good job, Johnny. Man, I gotta have some toast. I am starving. Did you all see those fucking scrambled eggs that Victoria Girl put on Discord yesterday? Holy shit, they look good. You know, we've got to give it to her. Where is she? Victoria, are you in chat? I think she was taking her dog to the car wash earlier. She sent me a little video of Winston getting impatient in the line at the car wash. It was quite funny. If anyone else takes their dog to the car wash, you know, I'd love to see how that goes. Okay, well, there's no sound on the video, guys. Let's just see. There's a sidebar.
Just learning these.
Uh-oh. Right. We can have the sidebar while I'm making toast in a frying pan. Okay, let's cut this bad boy in half.
All right, are we ready for the jury?
All right. Straight out the gate. You all ready for this? Camille Vasquez coming in strong. And Amber knows it already, right? Look at her. Fantastic choice of lawyer to cross-examine. I mean, you know, what could we say about Camille Vasquez? Don't fucking mess with her is what I'm saying about Camille Vasquez.
seated. All right, next question.
Good morning, Ms. Heard.
Good morning.
Your relationship with Mr. Depp began in October of 2011, right?
That's correct.
And you previously testified multiple times, under oath, that the first year of your relationship with Mr. Depp was the best of times, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
You testified that as far as you could tell, Mr. Depp was sober that first year,
That is correct. That's what I used to believe.
and that the first year was, quote, magic.
So how does that fit in with you sharing your virtues of Malbec? You know, that was your very first conversation. The virtues of Malbec as a sober person.
Yes, I always estimated it was about a year.
But now you've told this jury that Mr. Depp was being violent with you throughout 2012, haven't you, Ms. Heard?
No, he took a break in the middle of 2012 when he was sober.
You told them that he was hitting you in 2012, though. Is that right?
He was hitting me in 2012. He just took a break in the middle.
Yeah, he needed to rest his fists.
Smashing things around you, right?
He did.
And you told them that Mr. Depp was in and out of sobriety in 2012.
That is correct.
You told this jury that, quote, in 2012, I was in the beginning stages of this, just learning these patterns. I was learning that drinking kind of correlated with the violence. And
Hey, look, Soap, here she is, late to the party again. The lady with the golden whisk. Victoria Girl. Welcome, Victoria Girl.
is that right?
That is correct.
So it was during these cycles of violence in 2012 that you gave Mr. Depp a knife as a gift.
I gave him a knife, I think for a birthday present early in our relationship. I believe it was around 2012, but I'm not certain.
We've seen a picture of that knife, but I didn't...
Yeah, we have seen a picture of that knife. Is she going to bring it up? It is like... it is the last thing that you would give to your abuser, if that were the case.
I think we should bring out the real thing.
So do I, Camille.
Master Deputy Halusa, Master Deputy Sheriff Halusa, may I please have you show the knife to Ms. Heard?
Yes, that's it.
That's the knife you gave to the man who was hitting you, right, Ms. Heard?
I wasn't worried he was going to stab me with it when I gave it to him, that's for certain.
But you gave it to him while he was abusing you, allegedly.
I gave it to him that year.
Master Deputy Sheriff Halusa, will you please show the knife to the jury?
What's his name? Alyssa.
Thank you.
Master Deputy Sheriff Alyssa Sarah.
This is the knife you gave to the man who would get drunk and violent with you, right?
This is the same knife that I gave him as a present in 2012, yes.
Now, Ms. Heard, I'm going to need to talk to you about what happened in Australia in March of 2015. You've testified that at some point during the incident...
That's another testimony I'd like to cover. The testimony of Ben King, the most English butler that ever buttled his way through England. I mean, it's like a cartoon character of an English butler. And I can just imagine Johnny Depp. You know, you've got all the money in the world and you go, I want an English butler that is the most English butler that ever buttles. You know what I mean? It's like, that guy's hilarious.
You described, you witnessed Mr. Depp bashing a phone against a wall, right?
That is correct.
You testified that the phone was breaking into pieces.
I was watching it disappear.
That Mr. Depp smashed it, I think your word was smithereens.
Yes, that is correct.
And according to your testimony, this was a wall-mounted phone in the bar area.
That is correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1820. I believe this has already been admitted into evidence, if we could have it published. Thank you. You saw this photo during your direct examination, right?
That is correct.
And you testified that the wall-mounted phone that you saw Mr. Depp smash is on the wall on the left.
That's correct. So if you were looking at this picture, the wall-mounted phone would have been behind you on the left-hand side of your shoulder.
But it's not depicted in this photo, correct?
Whoever took this photo was standing right in front of where that mounted phone was.
That's convenient. The pieces of the phone Mr. Depp smashed aren't in this picture.
It is convenient. Why would that be? Are we to believe that whoever took the photo was like, well, I need to take a photo of this, but I'm going to conveniently cast the viewfinder across where the smashed phone is, the huge decorative smashed phone that he smashed to smithereens. I believe he got that word from the Pirates of the Caribbean.
Either, right?
You don't see it because it's whoever took this photo standing in front of that.
Whoever took this photo, it's Mr. Ben King, correct?
That's what I believe.
Yeah. Mr. King testified under oath in this trial, right?
That is correct.
And he testified that there was no wall-mounted phone smashed to smithereens that he had to replace, correct?
I didn't hear him testify to that, no.
He did. Your counsel elicited it.
I disagree with that representation.
You also saw this picture. Actually, can we please bring out Defendant's Exhibit 1821, which is also admitted into evidence? You also saw this picture during your direct examination, correct?
That is correct.
And so this is the bar area to the right of the wall-mounted phone you just described.
If you were facing in that direction, if you're facing this direction, it would be behind you.
This phone on the counter isn't the phone that got smashed to smithereens, is it?
No, they brought that out during my testimony in the UK as well, and I said this in the UK trial as well, that is not the phone.
Victoria Girl says, if I had a butler, he'd definitely be English. Well, where do I fill out my application?
Obviously, because that one's not smashed and it's not wall-mounted.
Yeah, so there are two phones in the bar area.
There was a wall-mounted phone. I don't know if it was decorative or what, but it was white, like it looked antique, large and antique.
And what the large and antique one that's not depicted in any photograph, including ones you took, is the one that Mr. Depp damaged, correct?
That is correct. I only took pictures of the mirrors.
So there's no picture of that damaged phone?
I didn't take a picture of it, no.
Okay. So back to the phone smashing. You watched Mr. Depp smash the phone, right?
Yeah, she has I believe that's confirmed, isn't it? Her child is, the father is Elon Musk.
That's correct. I watched it.
And you testified that you were, quote, watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back, end quote.
That's correct.
And according to you, this is when Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger, right?
It is my best guess. I didn't notice his finger come off, obviously. I was watching him smash the phone and watching the pieces break while he was doing it.
Well, it's not your best guess, Ms. Heard.
That is my best guess, yes.
Okay, let's go back to my questions. You submitted a declaration under the penalty of perjury in this case. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
Okay, let's look at that declaration.
Yes, ma'am.
Shit, goddamn mute button. I know, right? She's got these prominent, sharp cheeks, which I think some people really go for, right? Kind of, what is the style? I don't know. But, to me, it just makes her look like a sort of Pinocchio puppet. Yeah, I don't like that. It's like someone's put some fucking linseed oil and made her shine on her cheekbone.
Thank you.
If we could direct your attention, Ms. Heard, to the page 14 of the declaration. Is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
And your signature appears right under the statement, quote, "I declare, under penalty of perjury, under the laws of the state of Virginia, that the foregoing is true and correct."
That is correct.
And this is dated April 10th, 2019.
Correct.
Now,
This whole looking at the jury thing as she answers questions, you know, we saw that a lot in Jodi's trial, Jodi Arias' trial, right? And I always wonder about that. I know that they're prepped to listen. You know, the people that you are talking to are the jury. They're the ones that are going to be, you know, the judge doesn't matter. The prosecutor doesn't matter. Your counsel doesn't matter. The jury matter. You got to connect with the jury, right? And I would extend that to being, you know, standing respectfully as they enter and exit the courtroom. That's good. We saw Ali Abulaban do none of that. He got up and just looked for his jacket. It was a joke. But, you know, that guy has no idea how he appears to other people. Yes, I can see the standing to attention thing as the jury enter and exit. But turning your head to the jury at the answer of every question, I don't think I would do that. I don't think that is a good thing to do. You know, it certainly doesn't compensate for the lack of relatability that Amber is showing in other respects, right? It's not like, oh, if I turn to the fucking jury every fucking time, then they're going to believe me. Other things matter. You need to take care of those other things, Amber.
now let's look at paragraph 16, which is on page 5. Specifically line 10. Quote, you write, testify under oath, while he was smashing the phone.
Hey, look, we got our number one moderator back from the dead, back from death's door. Neville darling in the house. Welcome back, Neville. Good to see you. So good to see you. Everyone, say hello to Neville darling.
Phone, Johnny severely injured his finger, cutting off the top of it. End quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
So you testified in this courtroom that after Mr. Depp smashed the phone, he held you down on the countertop by the neck. Do you remember that?
I'm not quite sure of the exact sequence of things, but yes, both of those things happened.
Well, we'll get to the sequence. And this is when Mr. Depp supposedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
On the countertop, he assaulted me.
So Mr. Depp was able...
This whole fucking bottle thing. Does any one single person believe a word of that? Raped her with a bottle, with a broken bottle. I mean, you know, what a thing to invent. What a thing to invent. What a horrible thing to say about another human being that's completely false, right? You know?
to get you on the counter, right?
He held me down by my neck.
And hold you down by your neck.
That is correct.
And he grabbed a bottle, according to you, while holding you down by the neck.
And the funniest thing is, I said what a bad actor I thought she was from when I reviewed some clip from Aquaman or whatever. I just thought, this is a piece of shit actor with a set of tits. That's it. Nothing more. Nothing going on here. No depth whatsoever as an actor. And the funniest thing is that we're really seeing her clamber at the sides to demonstrate to the jury, reliving this trauma. It's horrible to be here and tell you about the abuse that I suffered under the hands of that madman. We've seen that. We've seen real cases of that in court where a victim is demonstrating the reliving and telling of the abuse, and it's just one of those things that, can it even be faked? Not to the astute eye. If you've got the astute eye, you just know if someone's really there or not, and she is not. 100%. Don't need a fucking trial to tell me otherwise. It's right there in front of you. Look at her. Look at her. She's shit acting right now. That's it.
Neck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you clarify what you're asking me?
While Mr. Depp is holding you by the neck against the countertop, he grabs a bottle. That's your testimony.
No, those two things didn't happen at the exact same time, no.
So he's holding the bottle? Is that your testimony?
While
was holding you down.
God, we got our champion of the week up here from Victoria Girl. Thank you so much for that super chat sticker, whatever it is. We need a better goal though. We'll come back to a goal. At the moment, it's something to do with cake.
Down by the neck.
Sorry. What was your question?
Your testimony is, Ms. Heard, that either he has the bottle before or after he's holding you by the neck on the counter. Is that your testimony?
He held me by the neck on the counter.
Where's the bottle that he assaulted
At what
with?
point?
While holding you down by your neck.
When he was...
Hey, Amy, I wonder if you could do me a favor and check if there's a nice video that covers some good Amber Johnny recordings, with all the drama that happens. It would be good to interject some of that into these tales of abuse, because as we all know, she's the real maniac.
Assaulting me with the bottle. It was in his hand.
Was it in his hand before or after he holds you down by your neck?
I was being held down while he assaulted me with the bottle.
In your vagina, yeah. He took a broken bottle and held me down by my neck on the bar and fucked me with a broken bottle. Okay, that's your line.
When he puts you on the counter, does he have the bottle in his hand, yes or no?
As I have always said, I don't remember exactly what happened first, or I don't remember the sequence.
And these things that she says, like she just did, as I have always said, when someone needs to demonstrate that their story has not changed, it's a clue, it's an indicator that they need to support, they need to give foundation to their current claim, and they're backing it up with saying, as my consistent telling of the story has always been. I love it when that happens, when someone's efforts to validate their assertions work to undermine those very same assertions. There's something so poetic about that, and Amber's a fucking master.
And I just remember being aware that I was being assaulted by a bottle while I was on the countertop.
So he penetrates you with this bottle. But you don't know how he got the bottle, right?
That is correct.
And he did that right after he lost the tip of his right middle finger.
Again, I don't remember the exact sequence of those events.
We'll get to the sequence. And while he was on 8 to 10 MDMA pills, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about the sequence. This is the sequence.
8 to 10 MDMA pills. You're not holding anything or putting anything anywhere. I mean, you're curled up in the fetal position, enjoying, feeling how nice your spine is, with a bunch of serotonin.
Sequence of events you testified to in this courtroom. That he smashed the phone to smithereens and then assaulted you, lost the tip of his finger, and then assaulted you with a bottle. Yes, that's the sequence of events that you testified to in this courtroom.
To be clear, you're putting it in order when you say words like, then. I have never claimed that I can remember the exact sequence of these things. This was a multi-day.
Never. I have never. Well, maybe if I say it really forcefully, that'll add validity to my opinion. I have never. I'm surprised she doesn't fist pound the witness box. I have never.
Assault that took place over 3 horrible days.
Ms. Heard,
the worst thing ever
Ms.
happened
Heard,
to me. I
we're
don't
not
remember
Ms.
the
Heard,
exact
that's
sequence.
not my question. My question isn't about the 3 days.
Chrissy, fuck me. Did you see how rude that was? How, you know, I would love if I were like a personal friend of Amber Heard behind closed doors and she could talk openly. I would love to witness her speaking about how she felt about Camille Vasquez. There is a dark, deep hatred here. And how she just insisted to finish her point very, very rudely to poor Camille. You know, total disdain. Total disdain.
Assault.
Just say it one more time.
And then assaulted you, lost the tip of his finger, and then assaulted you with a bottle. Yes, that's the sequence of events that you testified to in this courtroom.
To be clear, you're putting it in order when you say words like, then. I have never claimed that I can remember the exact sequence of these things. This was a multi-day assault that took place over 3 horrible days.
Ms. Heard,
the worst thing ever
Ms.
happened
Heard,
to me. I
we're
don't
not
remember
Ms.
the
Heard,
exact
that's
sequence.
not my question. My question isn't about the 3-day assault allegedly that occurred. I'm just talking about the sexual assault that you now allege occurred.
Yes,
Okay?
correct.
Let's talk about the sequence. So you testified, actually. Do you have a copy? Yeah, I know. I just realized that. Do we have a copy? We gave it to you yesterday. Court transcript. Yes. Ms. Heard, do you have a copy of day 16 in front of you?
Day 16? Yes, of
Court
my
transcript?
deposition?
Yes. No, of the court transcript from this trial.
Oh.
Yes.
I didn't realize that. Yeah.
Okay. Let's look at the transcript. So you testified on page, I'm getting there, 4506.
Hey, thanks so much for that super sticker, riding shotgun. Love it, love it, love you.
All right.
There? Okay. And the reason that we need to go through this, Ms. Heard, is because we understand that these are very serious allegations that you're making, right?
It was horrible. What happened to me, yes.
Okay, so let's go through them. Page 4506, line 2 through 3. I sit here now. Apologize. You testified on page 4506. This all started when Mr. Depp took 8 or 10 pills of MDMA, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Then, directing your attention to page 4518.
Have you all seen the video of Amber Heard giving a speech at some kind of rally event? It's outside, there's a big stage. It's in the context, I think she's giving a speech at some kind of, I don't know, domestic violence awareness, palooza. The domestic violence palooza. She's giving a speech, and she's saying all these really badly acted again. She's just like, I woke up one morning and I smelled the smoke. You know, it's like, have you all seen that? We got to do her TV interview from, where was it? The Netherlands? I think it was the Netherlands. She went over there and she was like, I wanted nothing. $7 million donated. I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. $7 million. I wanted nothing. I wanted nothing. Oh. No, I use donate and pledge synonymous. She doesn't even know to call it synonymously. She just says, I use it synonymous. Yes, did you see me reading my big intellectual books? Copy of Ayn Rand's The Fountainhead? Yes, Elon wants me to learn all about capitalism. Ah.
Line 19. You talk about Mr. Depp smashing a wall-mounted phone, correct?
That is correct.
Then on page 4519, at line 3, you testified that while Mr. Depp is smashing the phone, he is screaming, quote, I fucking hate you, end quote, right?
Well, I'll give her that. As well he should. You're a nightmare.
Yes, he was screaming that, among other things.
And further down on page 4519, same page, lines 12 through 19, you talk about how you watched Mr. Depp smash the phone to smithereens, right?
That is correct.
Then, continuing on the same page, 4519, line 20, you say something really important. Quote, at some point, he's on top of me. No phone, but screaming the same thing, end quote, right?
I just remember the sound, yes.
But you remember, and you testified to this jury, that he didn't have the phone in his hand anymore.
When he was assaulting me with the bottle,
Right.
He had the bottle in his hand. When he was punching the wall with the phone, he had the phone in his hand. When he was punching the wall next to my head, he had me by the throat. He did a lot of things that night.
So you're acknowledging, by this sequence, not my words, your words, Ms. Heard, that you testified to this jury that Mr. Depp smashed the phone to smithereens before he assaulted you. That's the sequencing in which you testified, correct?
I have never testified.
Does anyone know how old Camille Vasquez is in this setting? I mean, how do you get this good when you're that young? You know, that must have been some real dedicated training mixed with sheer natural ability, I guess. I'd be interested to know if her parents are lawyers. Yeah, she's close, pretty damn close to faultless, I'd say, as far as a cross-examination performance. It's very, very good.
to a sequence.
Talking about that sequence. Then on page 4521, starting at line 3.
Wow, good comment, Patricia Burns. It's not hatred that Amber feels towards Camille, it's seething jealousy.
You testified to being bent over backwards on the bar, right?
Okay.
I wanted nothing. $7 million. It's like Dr. Evil. And she's dressed like Dr. Evil. $1 million. $7 million was donated. Oh, sidebar. Look at Mr. Chu. He's also very good. And I love the third... Well, there's a whole bunch of them that question different witnesses, but there's another gentleman on Johnny's team that I think he questions... He's the one that questions that expert guy who said that he based his psychoanalysis of Johnny Depp on the characters that he portrayed in films. I mean, what the hell? We got to get to him at some point, right? We might get we're probably going to get more than one show out of this trial, guys. You know, the more I think of it, there's a bunch of stuff that's worth covering.
Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to page 4521, starting at line 3. You testified to being bent over backwards on the bar, right?
That is correct.
And then feeling pressure on your pubic bone like Mr. Depp was punching you. Yes?
And yet she shits the bed. Oh, that's another great moment, isn't it? Thank you, Ryden, and thank you, Neverly, for those fabulous coffees, girls. You are diamonds, the pair of you.
That's what I thought.
And then further down on page 4521 and on to 4522, you testified that you were concerned Mr. Depp was using a broken bottle on you. Yes?
That was my fear.
Okay.
That's what I remember feeling.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 1816. Which has already been admitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You saw this picture during your direct examination, right?
I did.
And you testified that this is a picture of the bottles that were next to Mr. Depp on a desk when you found him drinking in the morning, right?
That's correct.
What is that? It's a bottle of Havana Club and, I don't know, something fancy. Looks like bourbon, maybe? Brandy?
And this was the morning after Mr. Depp had allegedly sexually assaulted you, right?
It was the morning after he did assault me. Yes.
And if I understood your testimony correctly, you testified that this is the Maker's Mark bottle that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted you with.
I was never sure it was, but it was definitely that shape. Felt like that shape.
But you testified in this courtroom that...
So here we go. Is this Camille Vasquez's birthday? Is the July 6, 1984. What is that? Cancer? It's cancer. Okay, she was 37. Well, that's how old I am right now. But just about to turn 38. Crazy numbers.
That you had not seen this bottle until Ben King provided these photographs, correct?
Not in the course of the trial. I hadn't seen the photograph.
You claim you had serious injuries after this alleged incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Depends on what you would call serious. For me, having a sore jaw and some bruises at the time of my relationship wasn't that serious.
Dr. Spiegel, yes. Which of course means games or playing in German, right? Doctor play games. And he does play games on the stand, in front of everybody, in front of a crowd, baby.
Okay, let's testify. Let's focus on the testimony that you gave about the injuries. Mr. Depp, as you testified yesterday, wears rings on every finger.
Yeah, if anyone spots the so-called tissue coke or possibly tear stick thing, point it out, because I'd love to pause, slow it down, check it out.
Finger, right?
Sometimes. I mean, often. And certainly in the later part of our relationship, that was more normal than not. But if he's filming or something like that, of course, he's not going to have his own jewelry on.
Your testimony in this trial was, quote, I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings. Correct?
You need to put your microphone on, Miss. Thank you.
Objection, Your Honor. Improper impeachment. If she's going to ask her question, then she has to show where that was, and then
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you.
I know, Amber's lawyer just comes across as like some elderly relative that you're visiting in the old folks' home, where they're still able to hold a conversation, but they kind of go all over the place, and they're kind of cheerful and confused from all their meds. That's how Amber's lawyer comes across to me. Stark contrast to our knight in white, Camille Vasquez, over here.
Your testimony yesterday was, quote, I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings. Right, Ms. Heard?
That's what I testified to, yes.
Okay. And he was wearing rings on every finger in Australia, correct?
Not all the time, not literally every single ring, every single day, but he often wears rings.
Not often, Ms. Heard. Your words are, I've never known Johnny not to wear rings on every finger.
That is what I testified to.
Okay. And you testified...
Oh, she's got to back away from that, huh? You know, has anyone ever punched anything while wearing a ring? Especially one that protrudes out from your knuckles. Okay, maybe a flat wedding band or something like that you can get away with. But if you punch anything wearing a ring that protrudes, your fucking fingers are broken. You know?
that you bled as a result of this sexual assault, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you testified that your forearms were cut.
My forearms and my feet.
And your feet were sliced up.
That's correct.
And you testified you had a bruise across your jaw.
That is correct.
And there is not a single medical record reflecting treatment for any of those injuries, is there, Ms. Heard?
I didn't seek treatment.
And the day after you sustained all these...
Is that right? Neville, darling, Spiegel in German means mirror. That's funny because it's a tabloid in Germany, isn't it? Der Spiegel. And in England, there's one called the Daily Mirror. Why is that? I guess it's reflecting on news events, right?
These injuries, Dr. David Kipper came to the house in Australia, right?
Well, he came the third day, along with security.
The day after you sustained these injuries, Dr. David Kipper came along with nurse Debbie Lloyd, correct?
Well, that fight went into the morning, like early hour morning, so technically that last day.
Dr. David Kipper is Mr. Depp's, or was Mr. Depp's physician, right?
I believe he still is.
But
yes.
He was at the time.
Yes, that's correct.
And he was also your physician.
He also saw me.
No, not saw you. He was your physician. Correct, Ms. Heard?
Johnny was the client, but he also treated me.
All right. Let's please pull up. Do you remember giving testimony in this case in a deposition, Ms. Heard?
That's probably the only reason that I'd like to be a multiple $100 millionaire actor. To have a private doctor on hand to treat my nutcase spouse. Can you medicate her? Like, give her a pill. I'm just kidding.
Yes, I do. I've given a couple.
If we could please pull up the deposition transcript, day 2. At 589, lines 6 through 8. May I approach?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we're going to play Ms. Heard's deposition for the jury. Lines, day 2, page 540, lines 6 through 9. If we have permission to publish it.
You ought to give me a minute.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, day 2, page 589, lines 6 through 8.
All right, if you could just give us a minute to get
Of
there.
course.
589.
I'm sorry, what were the lines again?
Page 589, lines 6 through 8.
Wait. Did you say 540 or 589?
589, lines 6 through 8.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
And he was your doctor at this point, right?
Yes, he was.
Debbie Lloyd also came to the house that day.
Yes, she came with Kipper.
Yeah. Miss Lloyd is a nurse, correct?
That is correct.
Malcolm Connolly also came to the house that day.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Connolly is one of the security guards, correct?
That is correct.
You had known Mr. Connolly for years at that point.
Yes, that's correct.
You flew back to Los Angeles the next day with Ben King. Is that right?
I can't be certain if it was the next day or the day after, but somewhere around there.
Courtney Good, it's welcome, Courtney Good. We've got a newbie in the house. Nice one. Hello, Courtney. It's Camille Vasquez.
Yes.
And the day you arrived back in Los Angeles, you saw Travis McGivern, correct?
I don't recall seeing Travis, no.
You don't recall Mr. McGivern picking you up from the airport with Ben King?
I don't remember that, no.
Okay. And the same day, you also saw your own nurse, Erin Barem Filati, that day, correct? The day you arrived in Los Angeles?
I don't recall if I saw her that day.
Okay, I think our fantastic moderator, Amy, sent us some link to some Johnny and Amber recordings. Should we go to that? Let's go to that. We can come back to this. How do we do that? Okay, we're at 41. We're at 42 minutes. Everybody remember, 42 minutes. We'll be back.
There's gotta be some fucking way to happy. There's gotta be some way that you're not miserable. There's gotta be some way that I'm not miserable. There's gotta be some way that the sarcasm and the condescension and all that stuff go away on both parts. There's gotta be some understanding. There's gotta be some liking. And that's the problem. You don't fucking like me, huh? You don't trust me as far as you can throw me. Our relationship has changed.
Every time he gets mad.
What
isn't there to trust?
I think you took off too.
Yeah. Where did I go?
I don't want to do this anymore.
Here.
I don't want to do this anymore.
Convenient.
I don't want
That's
to
a
do this.
marriage for you. That's commitment.
Well,
What's not to trust?
No,
What's not to trust?
I've experienced.
Gosh, she's just so fucking taunting, you know? Like, I know that she gets pleasure out of, you know, specifically taunting, and it's just sick. It's just sick. She really is. She needs help. She needs to be fucking locked up.
You.
Oh, you're right. It's someone else's fault.
No, it's my fault for not being able to deal.
No.
And it's your fault for not being able to deal.
You're right.
It is.
It's so.
It is right,
so
and you should.
sorry that you've been pushed to this point. That all you have to do is run away to one of your other houses.
To do what?
Run away to one of your other houses every time there's a fight.
Let's see. I was thrown out today, and then I was asked to leave
You were
tonight.
thrown out. I'm sure that was terrible on you. You're just.
I don't want your tricks. I don't want your games. You're too fucking young for me. You gotta go get something that's just will just follow every order to the T, so you can get real sick of him, and then go fuck a girl.
Oh, okay. You got
And
me
just
figured-
maybe I was wrong. Fucking I, you know.
You got me figured out.
Maybe that's
You're right.
it.
You're proving to me that I didn't. Everything that I thought about you was wrong.
Absolutely, Patricia Burns, who says, I think she's capable of killing a partner eventually. Well, it's Courtney Clenny, you know, slightly more controlled. Not by much. It's Courtney Clenny all over. Very, very similar position that they take in their relationships, in their intimate partner relationships.
So you're proving me wrong.
Well, and everything I thought about you is wrong.
That's what you're telling me?
Yes. So
Okay.
what's the point?
I don't know. You tell me.
So the choice is this.
You're the one who's so clever. You tell me.
Choice
What's
is
their
this.
choices? Go on. Tell me.
As far as I can see,
God, listen to this, man. Listen to how she's just taking the piss out of this guy, right? Oh, yeah. There's choices? Oh, there's choices? Oh, you tell me. You tell me what are the choices. Oh, you tell me, Johnny, yeah. There's choices. You tell me what the choices. What the fuck? I mean, I really wouldn't think any less of Johnny Depp if he threw her off a balcony.
What? Nothing?
no, I'm not talking to you when you're in that fucking. You want me to talk nice? Okay, I'll talk to you some other time.
Go to some other house.
Huh?
Go to the next house. And just play Ring Around the Posy.
Rosie.
Okay. Pocket full of Rosie.
She got it wrong. Let's play Ring Around the Posy. Johnny corrected her. How does the rhyme go? Ring around a rosy pocket full of posies, right? That's something like that. Let's play Ring Around the Posy. Johnny's like, it's Rosie. How's the reading going, Amber? Let's hear your review of The Fountainhead.
How about that?
Let's hear that again. That was hilarious. She can't even remember a simple child's mnemonic verse.
You want me to talk nice? Okay, I'll talk to you some other time.
Go to some other house.
Huh?
Go to the next house. And just play Ring Around the Posy.
Rosie.
Oh, there's something so satisfying about that when someone does a malapropism in a sadistic, challenging argument and they fuck it up and then you correct them. That's happened to me and I like it.
Okay. Pocket full of Rosies, then. How about that?
It's pocket full of posies, you dumb bitch.
You're on the
So
Rosie.
confused.
Pocket full of
I'm
posies.
so confused. If only
Ashes,
if
we
only
all
I
fall
knew the
down.
Distance, I know.
I don't need this. Call Io. I'll call.
What do people think about Io and Rocky Pennington, is it? What do people think about Io and Rocky?
What's Io's real name? Io?
It's Io.
I hope.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Avid reader, talking about the old blues men of the 1920s. Oh, so funny. So funny. All posing. All like, oh yeah, I'm going to position myself as not only a beautiful woman, but an intellectual equal. As part of my masquerade of charm.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, again, Neverly darling, I'm looking forward to the testimony of Rocky. I can't really remember Io too well. But Rocky, what the hell was that? She's sobbing on the Zoom call? It's really freaky. It's just weird.
Sure. I'm tired.
Well, I don't know how long the silence is.
Because at the end,
There's a better one though.
at the end of
There's
the
a
thing
better
we
one.
bring in, it's gonna be a fucking.
I like the one where she's berating him for being in 21 Jump Street and like, you know, calling him a joke, and Johnny's like, yeah, that's right, Amber. I'm the joke in the industry. Okay.
Madness, and no one really knew what to do or how to do. So. I have to make a fix.
No, leave it. You've just been playing Nintendo, but your phone.
Tarantina's eating toast now as well. I had a great couple of slices of toast. It hit the spot.
Your thumbs have been like this.
No, I didn't.
No, trust me, I've been watching. Your thumbs have been like this.
Did I turn it off more than once?
Off, on, and then it kept popping up as a...
God, I can find nothing about this woman that I could tolerate. You know, just what, like, she's just disgusting, deplorable, a really wretched woman. And where does that come from, you know? Why is she behaving this way? Insecurity? It seems to me that Amber's motivation is the establishment of power to cover up her own perceived lacking of whatever power she perceives as important. You know, it's like she feels nothing, so if she bullies and berates Johnny Depp, who is, you know, powerful. I mean, you know, it really is true, you know. If you're around someone of that caliber, it's pretty fucking clear that it's a serious deal, you know. I'm not one for getting super impressed by celebrities for the sake of it, but, you know, at that level, it's very clear that there is, you know, serious deal, you know. And obviously, Amber Heard doesn't even come close. It's only her relationship with him that made her anything, right? I guess her motive somewhere along the line comes down to her need to establish a position of power where else she feels she doesn't have one.
It's like white mess.
Which is classic bully behavior, right?
And you do this.
You know, all the way back to the schoolyard. That is bully 101. That's the, you know, the underlying thing of all bullies.
Your phone like this. Your thumbs were moving like.
Yeah, I'm trying to play silly because I'm
No, you were sound asleep and you were doing this. Oh well, I'm sure it's fine. Not worth it.
Huh?
Not worth it. Do you need your glasses though?
Yeah, I'm gonna look at the phone. Yeah.
Do you look at your phone? Do you need to look at your phone?
It just basically has our recordings.
But it can record.
Okay, Victoria Girl asks, do I let my toast cool down before spreading the butter? On occasion, but not very often. Usually, I like to put cold, hard butter on hot toast in chunks. Let that start to melt and then spread it. But I know what you mean. That thing where I don't have a toaster. I cook this toast in a fucking frying pan. but when I have had a toaster, sometimes it's nice to leave the toast in there for like a full hour. Let it cool down. You know, cold toast has its place, but not very often. Hot toast, cold butter, let it sit, let it melt, then spread.
Pour right without you looking at it, so I can like look at your eyeballs.
Yeah, but I think
You don't
we
have
should
to stop it.
deserve a couple more moments where.
I think you should just leave it recording, and then just like maybe pick up your eyeglasses for a minute.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it to Amy tonight to be the curator of our content here. If you've got any... So if anyone's got requests for Amber recording content or certain witness testimonies, send them in the chat to Amy, and she's going to dig out those links. If you can handle it, Amy. If you'd be so kind, that'd be great. Where are we?
So I can like see your eyeballs once in a while when I'm speaking to you.
You know what?
Okay, the scream. Everyone's looking for the screaming Psycho Amber tapes. Can we get that, Amy? Have you got that? You still there?
Pardon?
Why are we pretending?
Who's pretending?
You've grown to dislike me.
I came over here, didn't I?
You have to get your shit.
Yeah, but also to see you. So, can you remove your Ray Charles sunglasses? I can look at you. Thank you.
know,
Thank
the idea of the whole Grammy thing, it should be fun.
I'm not talking about the Grammys.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking to you.
About?
Seeing your eyeballs.
Yeah,
I think you should.
Before that.
I think you're dreaming a little bit.
And what?
No one's talking about the Grammys, hon.
Huh?
No one's talking about the Grammys.
And I'm really a loser.
No, you're not a loser. You're just asleep. Or sleepy.
See?
Sleepy.
I played great the last
Just do
couple times.
close. Here you go. Let it play.
I play right here.
No. Let it go. It's doing it.
Oh.
I love you. I want to fight with you. I am just like you. I'm not going to live a life or a relationship where every time we fight, we leave home. So, I made one less ditch effort to fix the curse. But it's going to take hard work. It's going to take more than this fight.
Oh, we'll win more.
Yeah, but it's going to take more than
Yeah, we've arrived at somewhere.
it's going to take more of us just bailing every time it's hard.
All right,
And that's
we're going
me.
back to courthouse. We're going back to courthouse. We're going to listen to "Suck My Dick," Amber Heard says while laughing uncontrollably. That sounds like a fun, right? Let's check it out. Yeah, I just love. Where is this?
Ms. Heard, you remember during Mr. Depp's...
I love it. You know, I just find it so funny, and maybe it's the immature schoolboy within me, but I just find it so funny when we have a setting as formal as a courtroom, especially in Virginia, and phrases like, "And then you told Mr. Depp to go suck his own dick, didn't you, Miss Heard?" And she's like, "Yes." You know, it's just like, where else are you going to find it's hilarious. It's just hilarious.
examination, a number of recordings were played, correct?
That's correct.
And in one of those recordings, you told Mr. Depp, quote, "I hope to God Jack's stepfather teaches him more about being a man than your fucking left nut," end quote. Do you remember that?
I do not remember what exactly I could hear of that recording. I remember I heard myself make a mention of Jack's new stepfather or potential stepfather. I can't recall.
Jack is Mr. Depp's son, right?
That is correct. And I believe I was referencing a marriage that his ex-partner was going to have or getting into, I suppose.
Oh yeah, is that what you were doing? No, I believe at the time I was referencing the marriage that an ex-partner... What the fuck? No. Amber, this is very simple, Amber. You just said the most hurtful thing that you could come up with, hurtful and vulgar thing that you could come up with at that moment in time, for the expressed purpose of sticking it to Johnny. She's like painting it all to the jury like, oh no, at the time I believe what I was doing was referencing or sub-referencing a marriage that was breaking down. What the fuck? No. Oh, I hope Jack's stepfather teaches him more about being a man than you have in your left nut. What? Oh.
You were referencing that Jack's new stepfather would teach him how to be a man because Mr. Depp couldn't.
I
right?
don't recall exactly what I said, but it was something to that effect.
Let's listen to some of what happened before you said that to Mr. Depp. If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 397, which is already in evidence. And for the record, it's at 3504 through 3547. And then the next clip is 3635 through 4308.
Leslie. How you doing?
Fucking suck your own dick.
Everything's fine until it doesn't go your way. And when it doesn't go your way, I'm in trouble. And you know what? I don't need you. I don't want your kind of woman. I don't want your kind of woman. I don't want your kind of woman.
Suck my dick. Hey, guess what?
I might have. Suck my dick with you.
Big mistake. I wish I had fucking hadn't.
Oh, yeah.
I wish I fucking hadn't. I wish I fucking hadn't bought into any of your fucking lies, your bullshit, your sober fucking presence, your fucking goodness, your sweetness, all the lies. I wish I hadn't bought into the months of you being you. I wish I hadn't bought into the promises. I wish I hadn't fucking thought I could have kids with you. You're a fucking kid yourself. I wish I hadn't bought into any of the lies you sold. Talk about fake bill of goods. You're the biggest you're the biggest fucking seller of fake fucking bill of goods.
Yeah. Hey, Amber, why don't you tell us about the virtues of red wine? You see, red wine is one of those drinks that, you know, in excess can make you hate the people that you love and love the people that you don't know. You know, it's just like, oh, man. You know, it's tasty, but fucking hell. I think it's single-handedly responsible for a ton of shit in the world, right? What is that thing about red wine? You know, 1,000 uses, not all of them positive.
Talk about presenting yourself as something.
I did myself the fake.
Suck my dick. Suck my dick.
I fucking you've left nothing and I've left everything. So suck your.
And it really complements the entire spectrum of human emotions, right? It can be cheerful, it can be depressing, it can be sensual, it can be fucking angry. And that's the one that we're seeing here. It's a pretty amazing beverage, right? Red wine.
Yeah, go on. Which is probably your next move, because it's what you fucking need.
Who wrote that song? Red Wine. Red wine.
Oh, I don't want to suck your dick. I don't want nothing to do with your fucking midsection.
Really need something.
Well, go get it, man.
Because I need something. Go on.
Huh?
Fucking fuck yourself. No shit, I don't. Go suck your dick.
I don't want to.
You're trying. It's gonna be all you have.
No, that's not really true, Amber.
Actually, it kind of is.
It kind of is? What are you talking about? You know Oh, is it? What is it?
No, I'm sure Rochelle's available. Call her up. I'm sure she's available.
You know, the most embarrassing thing for Amber, because surely, I mean, could you imagine having any recording of yourself when you're drunk played to anybody? Even listening it to yourself privately would be embarrassing. But to couple it with this extra thing of this seriously spiteful, nasty, fucking anger, just vindictive, horrible nature, like what she's showing us now, you know, I think a certain proportion of the population in Amber's shoes would have committed suicide directly after this. Just, you know, to have yourself shown to you and to everyone else across the fucking world, to have the worst part of you that you know exists, right, shown like that, I think a certain number of people would fucking kill themselves.
She is.
I'm sure she is.
Well, see.
I'm sure she is.
I I'll let you know.
Oh, I'm sure she is. It's for her yoga blog.
That fake laugh is too much to take.
No.
Yeah, Neil Diamond. That's it.
I'm sure she's.
That fake laugh is so disgusting.
I'm sure she's great.
Hey Leslie, do you know why UB40 is called UB40? Do you know where they got the name?
I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you've been giving me some of the best performances in the hour.
No, you're right. I don't. It's all about performance.
I'm right. I don't regret.
Oh, what else? What else that you do? Oh, come on. Come on. Lay it on me. What else? What else other things do you want to add?
Can't talk to
You
me,
fucking life. He says, you what? Oh, no, I
Oh, here we go. Oh my god. She's so horrible. Listen to this. Listen to this. She gets such a kick out of this. Leslie, UB40 was the name of the government form you have to fill out for unemployment. You know, when you're on the dole, as we say. You fill out the form, can I have a UB40 so I can get free money? I'm on total disability. That's the name of the band.
I'm right. I don't regret.
Oh, what else? What else that you do? Oh, come on. Come on. Lay it on me. What else? What else other things do you want to add?
Can't talk
You
to me,
fucking life. He says, you what? Oh, no, I want to know. I want to know.
Get out your Ubers out.
No, she doesn't want to know. You know, this is the thing. She's like, oh, I want to know. You fucking lying piece of shit. I want to know. What else? What else? Oh, my God. You know, I might have a PTSD episode here.
I'm right. I don't regret.
Oh, what else? What else that you do? Oh, come on. Come on. Lay it on me. What else? What else other things do you want to add?
Can't talk
You
to
fucking
me,
life. He says, you what? Oh, no, I want to know. I want to know.
Get out your Ubers
I'm
out.
kind of waiting. Go get it.
Yeah,
Wait, is there no other place for you to run your 15 other houses to go run? Come on, go be a real married man. Go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does.
Yeah.
Go.
I bet Johnny's thinking about that next house right now. Just that nice, big mansion. Quiet. You know, comfortable. With an array of supporting staff. I mean, imagine that, huh? Everything's, you know, I'm not big on fantasizing about immense wealth or anything, you know. I like to keep it real. But you know, in Johnny's situation, a big quiet house full of servants would sound pretty good right about now. You know, nice clean bed, full fridge, personal chef, you know, a guitar, a TV, a jar of Coke, whatever, you know, like, go to the other house, Johnny. Fuck this shit.
Run away. I know it's hard to look at yourself.
Fucking ridiculous plan.
It's hard.
Panic fucking plan.
It's hard. It's hard.
Screwing everybody else over to get
You're
your
right.
fucking...
I tried. That's what I do.
You're the most spoiled fucking brat. And you got everybody out here almost full, but it don't last long.
You're right. I'm
been
sorry.
Here a lot longer
You're
than
right. You got it figured out.
You don't have... Figure out what you have to offer as opposed to going out and get your hits out.
You're right. That's what I do.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Londonfield is excellent.
I'd love to know how much she's had to drink. It's more than a bottle. It's probably... I don't think it's more than two, though. 2 bottles. 2 bottles of red wine.
You're right.
Excellent choice.
Back to that. Well, I wonder what we else. I wonder what else we can reach for in the last 60 minutes. Oh no, it was 4 years ago. You're right. I'm sure there's other things you can find.
Go laugh.
No, I'm not laughing.
Oh, no, matter of fact,
I'm
laugh
not laughing. I'm not. It's serious. I'm sure you can find other things.
I know. And stripping. Well, there's always that. You can
You're
always
right.
go back
You can
to
write
that
a book.
for
You can
another-
write a book.
for another
I
10
know you
minutes.
can write a book. Oh, is this gonna be good for your book?
Oh, this is like Stewie Griffin, you know, when he's saying to Brian, he's saying like, "So, how's that novel coming? You've been working on that novel for about what is it? But probably about 3 years, huh? Are you developing an interesting plot? You know, character goes through a series of obstacles. Finds himself all the better for it at the end. Is this going to be good for your book? I actually use that in my life sometimes. I got that from Amber, but it's satirical. You know, it's like, oh, is this going to be good for your book? I actually do find that quite funny, Amber. So, congratulations. You made me crack a smile, baby.
I know. And stripping. Well, there's always that. You can
You're
always
right.
go back
You can
to
write
that
a book.
for
You can
another-
write a
for
book.
another
I
10
know you can
minutes.
write a book. Oh, is this gonna be good for your book? Oh, should I have you sign an NDA for your book?
You don't even
Your book. Is this gonna be good for your book?
You won't even
Is
make
this
it
gonna be
anymore.
good for your book?
I think even Johnny must be like a little laugh, a painful little laugh right now when she's like, "Oh, is this going to be good for your book?" I do actually find that really funny. I'm sorry. I gotta give 1 point to Amber. I'm a big enough man to do that.
I'll write what I want.
I have a good idea. How about you sell more of your journals? You don't want to sell out or anything. Let's sell you journals. Oh, wait. Hey, you're not watching. No, you're not selling
You don't wanna
out.
sell out, Magic Mike. You don't wanna sell out.
No one does 21 Drunk Street when they're in their 20s. No, you're right. That's not selling out. No. When you're in your 20s, you should really know what you want. Like selling your journals.
If you didn't know who the fuck I was.
You're right. Go sell your journals like a real.
Is this going to be good for your book? I don't know why I find that so funny. I'm sorry.
Wrong sellout. 55-year-old. Or, I'm sorry,
6.
51. I don't know. It doesn't matter at this point.
No.
I don't think so.
It really doesn't.
I don't really think so. But you're right. I mean, hey, at least I didn't do like a TV show where I was heartbroken in my 20s. God, that would be like embarrassing. If only I was with someone in their 50s that could point that out to me. Imagine, Mike, you're right. When you play a non-sexualized object. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. You're right. You got it all figured out.
You don't even know what movies I've done.
If only you could
You haven't
like-
even taken an interest.
If only I could be
You know,
like
but I had
you.
to
If
watch
only
your
I
fucking-
could be like you.
I had to watch your fucking direct and you trying to like
You're a joke.
spew out these fucking lines.
You're a joke. You're a joke.
Yeah, I'm the joke in the industry, Amber. I'm the joke. I'm the joke in the
I'm
industry.
sorry. I can't really hear you. I'm sorry. The reruns of all my bullshit are playing too loud for me to hear you. I'm gonna just go and pedal my way back. Sorry. I can't hear you.
Aquaman.
Oh, 21, whatever it was.
I was
Remember anymore.
I was
No one
20.
cares. You're fucking lying.
Washed up piece of shit.
What?
Washed up.
A washed up piece of shit. You're a washed up piece of shit. Oh, she's something else, huh?
Piece of shit.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Your jealousy's so tragic.
I'm sorry.
Your jealousy's so tragic. Fucking like thinking that I'm going on a road with a band.
I can't hear you.
You know, I'm as I said, I'm not a major Johnny Depp in movies big fan. I've enjoyed some of his work. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I accept he's a pedigree fucking major actor. You know. But can you imagine a world where Amber fucking Heard is comparable to him in any fucking way? It doesn't exist. That world, it's not real. It doesn't exist. She's nothing. He's an international superstar, and she's nothing, right? I mean, the nerve of this woman. I mean, not that she should be treating him like a king or whatever because of his acting and his career, like, but, you know, don't act like this. This is bad. This is terrible.
You told Mr. Depp to suck your dick multiple times, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You tell him to go run to his 15 other houses, right?
That's correct.
Because that's what he would do when you behave like this, isn't it?
Eventually, he would go and stay in one of the other houses.
You call him a sellout, don't you?
I was expressing frustration about his criticism of my career and how many problems that caused within the dynamic of our relationship, yes.
So you call him a sellout and a joke?
I called him horrible, ugly things, as you can hear. And
Sellout.
We spoke to each other in a really horrible way.
Pretty sure we just heard you speak to him in a really horrible way. You called him a sellout,
I just
right, Miss
disagree.
Heard? You called him a sellout, right, Miss Heard?
I called him a lot of ugly things.
And a joke.
I called him a lot of ugly things.
You called him a joke on that recording. You called him a washed-up piece of shit.
I think we both called each other that on that occasion, yes.
Mr. Depp mentions Aquaman, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
Excuse me?
Mr. Depp got you that...
Excuse me? What, you didn't hear me? I'll say it again. Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he? Which I believe, you know. Johnny Depp obviously has a relationship with Warner Brothers or whoever it was that produced Aquaman. You know, and a call from Johnny Depp to say, listen, my wife is pretty good and she's got these big pointed cheekbones that we just had done and I think she'd be great in the movie. You know, as long as you're passable, you know, a call from Johnny Depp to put you forward surely would mean something. Obviously, Warner Brothers has to make sure that, you know, they're in line with their vision and their budget and so on, you know, but it would be relevant, wouldn't it?
Role in Aquaman, didn't he?
No, Miss Vasquez, I got myself that role by auditioning. That's how
Mr.
that
Depp
works.
says, quote, your jealousy is so tragic.
I heard him say that, yes.
You were the jealous one in this relationship, weren't you, Miss Heard?
I got myself that role by auditioning. Do you think Johnny Depp really has to audition anymore for anything? Or is he just cast, you know? I mean, I don't really know how that works, but I don't imagine Johnny Depp walking into some backstage theater and reading a few lines and then the three people on the director, the producer, and everything are like, okay, so someone will call you. We'll let you know. Thanks for coming in. Next, you know, it's not that sort of deal when you're Johnny Depp, is it? You're cast. We want Johnny Depp, and then Johnny will decide whether or not he does your picture. Very different world.
I think he was indicating I was jealous of his career.
And now you've twisted it to say it was Mr. Depp that's the jealous one.
Johnny's always been very jealous. When I worked, when I did anything, friends. Yes, he's always been very jealous.
Mr. Heard, I'm going to ask you to take a look at plaintiff's exhibit.
Of Billy Bob Thornton. Has Billy Bob ever spoken of this? You know, I really liked him in Bad Santa. Has everyone seen Bad Santa?
Exhibit 120.
It's probably the best Christmas film, if you could call it that ever there was or will be.
E. This is a series of text messages between you and Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish these text messages. Mr. Depp's messages have been redacted.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 120E in evidence, you can publish.
Starts with a text message from you to Mr. Depp on September 26, 2015, right?
That is correct.
You write, "Monster is back. This is him." Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And then in the next...
Okay, so how about... Oh, look at this one. This is good. Her deposition. Amber Heard deposition. Yeah, let's do that. From before even the UK trial, I believe, isn't it? Amber Heard deposition. Well, I don't want to comment on someone else's comments. Oh, god damn it. I don't know why this fucking thing won't let me scroll on the goddamn thing. Amber Heard Depot. Where are we? How we doing in the chat? Everybody, link in the description to buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics, where you can support the channel and buy us at coffee.com. Greatly appreciated, guys. Also, we've got super chat, super like, super thanks, super sticker on the YouTubes. Fantastic ways to support the channel. Memberships on YouTube, Patreon, Buy Me a Coffee. Merchandise in the store at merch.truecrimemetrics.com. And social networks, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and Discord. Discord. Yeah, or buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. Love those guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And just a clarification, we're not going to invoke the Fifth Amendment privilege, so you can re-ask that question if you like.
Which question?
Thank you so much to our supporters, Riding Shotgun, Neverly Darling, Amy, and who was it? Let's just say a big thank you, a big coffee Metrix thank you to, god damn it, Neverly, Riding, Amy, and Rayanne, and Julia rock. Our rock. The Metrix rock.
Did you commit domestic violence against Johnny Depp?
Anytime prior to
Yes.
May 22nd, 2016, did you ever commit an act of domestic violence against Johnny Depp?
Calls for a legal conclusion and irrelevant, but go ahead.
Do you understand what I'm asking you?
That stone face over here. Look at this. No, very controlled.
No.
No?
Yes, I understand what you're asking.
Okay. And prior to May 21, 2016, or May 20...
Tongue out of the mouth. Yeah, where's the behavior panel? All over that, you know, they're going to tell us, yes, this is symbolic and indicative of contempt and disgust, and no, you can't get me.
22, 2016.
It really is, isn't it? It's all those things.
Is it your testimony that you never committed any act of what would be considered domestic violence against Mr. Depp?
Calls for legal conclusion and irrelevant to these proceedings.
I did my best to defend myself and not get seriously hurt or be a doormat to whom this happens to all the time.
Yeah, doormat. Yeah. But how you define doormat, Amber, you know, is, a matter of your opinion. I'm really surprised she was not coached to not say that. I mean, that's a ridiculous thing to say. I did my best not to be a doormat. Okay.
Isn't it true, Ms. Heard, that you previously confessed and apologized to Johnny Depp for committing domestic violence against him?
I'm going to object. Calls for legal conclusion, argumentative, harassing.
Isn't it true that you had previously told Johnny Depp that you had hit him?
I'm going to object. It's a different question. It's vague and ambiguous, vague as to time.
Many times when we fought, well, not many.
Neverly, darling, if you haven't seen Bad Santa with Billy Bob Thornton, do yourself a favour next December, or just watch it now. It's good all year round, but yeah, fucking Home Alone doesn't hold a candle, to Bad Santa. Bad Santa is not only the best Christmas movie that there is, but it's also the antithesis to any wholesome Christmas message. It's wonderful. It's fantastic comedy. It's great. Dark comedy.
Many times. He hit me for a very long time before I ever
I'm going to
picked up my
check as
arms.
non-responsive and move to strike. Ms. Heard, I'd like you to listen to what I'm about to play. Would you do that?
And she's eating these sweets. She's got a big packet of chocolate bonbons, and she's just... Is there anything more decadent than that? I'm surprised that there's not a fucking... someone fanning her with a big palm tree leaf, feeding her grapes, like a Roman empress.
I don't even know if I said, I might have said, like, whatever, because I just been hit in the head with the corner of the door.
I'm so sorry, I did not. I'm sorry.
I know that stuff.
Do you recognize the voices on that tape?
Mm-hmm.
And who are the people on that tape?
It's Johnny and I.
Okay. And is Johnny describing an act where you made a door go into his head?
Objection, harassing, argumentative, vague.
I was trying to escape.
Oh, I can't stand her attorney. Objection, harassing, argumentative, vague. It just screams like, paid for, hired legal gun, right?
From a room.
Patricia Burns, no, I have not seen Will Ferrell's Bat Fight song. Or is that Bar Fight song? Either one. I haven't seen either of those.
Where Johnny was attacking me, And in order to escape, I was trying to get onto the other side of the door, attempting to close the door, and...
The last thing I saw Will Ferrell in was the Lego Movie, which I avoided for the longest time because I thought it would be a piece of shit. But it was actually awe-inspiring. I mean, what a great movie that the Lego Movie is. Fantastic. I gotta watch it again. I remember watching it and coming away going, wow, that was incredible. Just opens your entire world. Makes you question your own reality.
He was attempting to get in despite my attempts to try and escape an assault.
Isn't it true that on this tape that was just played, you tell Johnny Depp you're sorry?
Yes.
Okay.
Victoria Girl says she dressed up like a business professional today. Well, she's also dressing up like, you know, this petticoats, you know, head girl of a private school is what I see, you know. Very demure, but also innocent, you know, young, vulnerable, you know, very, very, you can imagine the whoever chose this wardrobe for her today has gone, okay, we need to do, you know, a message within your attire. And the message is innocent victim.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing.
Did you just tell Johnny Depp in that recording that I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing?
Yes, as he was trying to get into the door, into the room, I was trying to escape in. He pushed the door into me, and I was trying to hit him by getting him out of the door to stay in the room.
And you told him in that tape recording that you hit him, correct?
I don't know what words I used in that. You can play it back if you want, but I don't remember exactly how long.
If you wouldn't mind.
I think her eyes are too far apart. They're too wide. You know, I guess that's her main thing is the eyes, right? Eyes and eyebrows and how they relate to her nose and mouth, but it's based around the eyes. That's her point of attraction. And yeah, there is a cat-like thing about her eyes. I mean, they're well done, even though she's very under-decorated here, you know, subtle makeup, but you know, it's not that subtle. Yeah, I guess she has nice eyes, but for me they're too wide apart, and they're cunning, right? They're predator eyes. It's like an animal that's hunting. You know what I saw today? A lynx. Oh no, yesterday I saw a lynx. I'd never seen a lynx before in my life. Crazy. I didn't know they had those here.
You'll continue to listen.
Okay.
I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head.
Did you tell Johnny Depp at that time you were speaking to him that you were really sorry for hitting him with the door, hitting him?
I think in that recording I made it very clear that I was sorry that the door hit him while he was trying to get into the room I was escaping or attempting to escape into.
I will mark, excuse me. I'd like you to listen to the following tape. This is punched.
I know. I mean, Victoria Girl says, you can never trust a person with wide apart eyes. Any further wide apart and she'd be like a fucking hammerhead shark.
Are they being marked as exhibits?
Yeah, mark as exhibit.
We just mark P as the one we just played,
okay.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Marking the next thing that I'm going to play to you as Q. Would you listen to this, please? This is punching.
Which one?
The one that says punchy.
That's
a good one.
Anyway.
I'd love to know what it is that she's eating. They look like, just from the way that she's chewing, it looks like a big ball of chocolate with like maybe a truffle center, something like that. A big old bonbon. Does anyone get that? How you can kind of pick that up from just the way that she chews? You know? That's not a fizzy cola bottle. We can guarantee that. It's not a fizzy cola bottle. I think it's a big old bonbon, round, spherical chocolate treat with a truffle center. Anyone agree? Let me know in the comments.
Is the one we just played
Okay.
correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Now I have
Marking the next thing that I'm going to play to you as Hugh. Would you listen to this, please? This is punching.
Which one?
The one that says punching.
Well, hang on, she tore that apart, so it's not a big old bonbon of chocolate with a truffle center. What do you tear apart and chew like this? It's just one more time.
Marking the next thing that I'm going to play to you as Hugh. Would you listen to this, please? This is punching.
Which one?
The one that says punching.
That's
a good one.
Anyway.
It's just the excessive chewing that gets me. You know, it's soft but messy. What do you tear apart, then put in your mouth that is soft and messy? Victoria Girl, shut up. It could be... I don't know. Does anyone know?
The bathroom door when you were knocking on it.
This is the punching.
Have you waited till I opened?
Where's the desk?
And you just kept going. I tried to close the door 3 times. You know.
Hello, Udi. Yes, and isn't it nice to have Neverly Darling back? I just haven't felt myself since she's been away. It's like a part of myself has been away, and now it's back. So we're all back together again. The gang is back.
Please, just don't let me know. And then wait, and then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it stretched your toes. I didn't mean to do that. I bent down, and you either pushed or you kicked the door open. I mean, so they put the door, get more open. So that we can...
No, I didn't mean to. I did not mean to. But I did not mean to do that.
I was bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick at the door or push the door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear. But I mean, that did not. It was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes.
Okay. So you told him in that excerpt that you hit him with the door but did not intend to hit him, correct?
The recording speaks for itself.
Did you say that?
Oh, I hate this lawyer of hers.
I said whatever I said in that recording. I
Okay.
don't. When you play it for me, it's hard for me to remember every single.
And that's a recording marked as exhibit the punching.
Q that we
Q.
just played.
Q. Would you continue to listen to exhibit Q?
Are these from the same day?
I reacted, but the door thing, I remember, I never did that. That wasn't on purpose. I might have done it on accident.
Okay. So let's say that was an accident.
I can't believe this thing about her chewing and eating these treats, whatever they are. Protein bar, chocolate, coconut, macaroon. Yeah. That could be a good call, actually, Victoria Girl. Whatever it is, I just cannot believe how do you arrive at a deposition, serious case where you're claiming abuse, trauma, DV, all the rest of it. How do you arrive at such a deposition to give testimony and come in with a packet of sweets, whatever they are, set them on the table, and quite greedily? I mean, I've sat in a movie theater and chewed less than this, with a packet of goodies on my lap, whatever they are. You know, she is munching the shit out of whatever that is. How does that happen? It's just unbelievable to me.
I then stood up.
Oh, Camille Vasquez is a fox. You know, a little tiny dangerous fox. I don't know if I could handle that, though, you know. It would be pretty goddamn intimidating.
I don't even know if I said, I might have said, like, what the f***, you know, whatever, because I just been hit in the head with the corner of the door.
I'm so sorry, I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. And then you flopped.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing.
That's exactly what I just told us.
I didn't really.
A good point. Neverly Darling says she was on a 500 cal diet. I mean, that's fucking low. That's dangerously low. Do people really do that? Yeah, so it's probably not some big chocolate truffle thing, huh? So something... I'd love to know. I'd love to have it confirmed. What the fuck were you eating in that deposition from 2016?
Sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor...
You don't need to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember, I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no, I
But punching me in the jaw.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So on the tape, you tell Johnny Depp that you did mean to hit him.
Objection. That's argumentative, and it misstates what the recording was.
And it also misrepresents what actually happened, which is him trying to get into a room I'm trying to keep him out of. And then he runs the door over my toes, trying to get into the room. I try to push him out of it, which is what the hit is referred to. And Johnny, whenever he was injured or touched, it always referred to it in these ways of punching or clocked or whatever. And whether you discussed it with him or not, the last thing you do in talking to him afterwards or trying to reconcile with him is to get into what the definition of those words mean to him.
Just say what
So
happened.
I never even...
Oh my God. You know, she is attempting to represent herself as some beat upon woman that's been run down by this abusive, drug-riddled drunk. You know, this big evil man that's crushed her spirit, and she's fearful and had to get away, and blah 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 blah. Anyone picking up the slightest hints of anything that would be congruent with that story. It's amazing to me that she's a professional, you know, so they say, professional actress that hasn't understood the role that she is attempting to play, right? She either hasn't understood it, or she just doesn't know how to do it. You know, my suspicion is that all she had going for her when she went to LA when she was 17 was, you know, I'm not super familiar with how that situation works. But, you know, I can imagine how certain young women can more easily get ahead in that industry, right? You know, I believe that's pretty well publicized, and I really see no example of merit that would assist her beyond that she's a feisty, quote-unquote, good-looking, young blonde with a tight body. That's all I see. Am I a misogynist? Well, I try not to be. You know, I mean, but let's be real here. Where is the talent? I don't see any talent. None. You know? So you know, how has she been paid for any job? I don't know.
Objection. That's argumentative, and it misstates what the recording was.
And it also misrepresents what actually happened, which is him trying to get into a room I'm trying to keep him out of. And then he runs the door over my toes, trying to get into the room. I try to push him out of it, which is what the hit is referred to. And Johnny, whenever he was injured or touched at all, always referred to it in these ways of punching or clocked or whatever. And whether you discussed it with him or not, the last thing you do in talking to him afterwards or trying to reconcile with him is to get into what the definition of those words mean to him.
Just say what happened.
I never even addressed it. He would, if he was ever pushed, it was a cold. He called it a cold clock. I mean, it's just very dramatic.
Isn't it true, Ms. Heard, that in September of 2015 you punched Johnny Depp in the face with a closed fist?
Oh, hey, we got a close up there of the packet and the munchie, whatever it is. Do we see protein bar? What do we see?
It's very dramatic.
Isn't it true, Ms. Heard, that in September of 2015 you punched Johnny Depp in the face?
So it's a blue packet, grayish blue packet. And then we've got this sort of, maybe one of those fruit, you know, those like bars that are dried fruit compressed.
Face with.
What do we see there? I don't know. Is that a protein bar? I don't really know what a protein bar looks like. What color would a protein bar be?
Closed fist.
I hit Johnny one time when he. Sorry, I'll wait.
No, you answer the question. Please stop whispering because it's distracting over here.
It's your team.
No, I was referring to
these
this
two.
actually.
I can't hear them. I hear them.
Oh, what's this?
I hit Johnny one time when he. Sorry, I'll wait.
No, you answer the question. Please stop whispering because it's distracting over here.
It's your team.
No, I was referring
these
to
two.
this actually.
I can't hear them. I hear them. So please answer the question.
Yes or no, did you ever punch Johnny Depp with a closed fist in the history of your relationship with Johnny?
Answer it however you feel you wish to.
Thank you. One time, Johnny was hitting me, and he was hitting me hard and repeatedly, and I was screaming. Security walks in, and they don't do anything about it. And he makes this motion when Jerry Judge yells "boss" or Sean. I can't remember who it was, and all we had was a little bit of separation, and my sister runs down the stairs. We're on a landing in between two flights of stairs.
Ms. Heard, I must interrupt you because I've asked you a yes
then
or no question.
Withdraw your question then because
Ms.
she's
Heard,
answering.
prior to today's date, have you ever hit Johnny Depp?
Answer it however you wish. You've already asked, and she's already answered, and you interrupted her.
Ms. Heard, have you ever hit Johnny Depp prior to today?
Objection, Vegas to time.
Everyone on this side of the room, please.
Objection 352. It's not relevant to this domestic violence proceeding.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
answer it however you want to, including the way you were just, if
I'm
you
asking
wish.
for a yes or no answer.
You don't have to answer it the way she wants you to answer it.
He was about to push my sister down the stairs. She was attempting to break us up. I am protective over my baby sister. When he laid hands on her, I don't know what I did, but I know I jumped in between the actions that I saw could lead to a fatal injury to my sister. She was standing at the top of...
Yeah. Okay, yeah. The noble defender of all things woman. This could lead to a fatal injury to my sister. Oh, my evil sister. Look at this shit here, man. I mean, you know, I heard that Hunter S. Thompson, when he died, had his ashes shot out of a cannon that Johnny Depp pressed the button for, you know. Fired the cannon of Hunter S. Thompson's ashes that were, you know, he was big into ballistics, I guess you could say. And that was his send-off, his funeral. Some people toss the ashes off a seaside cliff or on your favorite hill. Hunter S. Thompson shot out of a cannon, and I can't help but see that would be an incredibly appropriate thing to do with Amber Heard, you know, while she's alive. Just put her in a cannon, have Johnny Depp, you know, on an authentic pirate ship as well, when he's in full Jack Sparrow costume. You know, just put Amber Heard in a cannon and have Johnny Depp fire the cannon. You know, goodbye, Amber. You know, really, you know, that guy that we were looking at yesterday, I said, no jury, no trial, no judge. Bullet in the fucking head. If you've got the video evidence, what are we putting him through the system for? You know, just execute him on sight. Maybe that's a little extreme, but his actions were extreme. You know, I'm peace and love, man. But if you're going to do that, if you're going to do those extreme actions, you should have a bullet in your fucking head. I'm going to put you through the court system and then send you to jail where you're going to be killed anyway. Bullet in the head. And with Amber, put her in the cannon, Johnny Depp, full Jack Sparrow costume, fire the cannon off of a pirate ship into the Caribbean Sea.
A flight of the stairs, and she has never hurt anyone in her life, and she does not deserve.
Where fittingly, she will probably have her remaining corpse eaten by hammerhead sharks, of which she somewhat resembles with her wide apart eyes.
To be pushed down the flight of stairs, and it looked like she was about to be. And I would have done what...
Oh, yeah. Turn up the righteous indignation dial, Amber. Let's see you get defensive.
I don't know what I did, but I know I jumped in between the actions that I saw could lead to a fatal injury to my sister.
No, what happened was, what was it? She threw a full, unopened can of Red Bull at Johnny's head. Oh, he's got his bodyguard there trying to bat it away. You know, I saw that Johnny would lead to a fatal action.
Sister, she was standing on the top of a flight of the stairs, and she has never hurt anyone in her life.
I thought back to Kate Moss from 1993, when Johnny beat her wild and threw her down the stairs. Well, is that what happened? Because Kate Moss came in and said that he was very nice. That he ran to save her and pick her up and immediately sought medical attention. You know, got the entourage on the way. Help is on the way. Johnny is on the way.
And she does not deserve to be pushed down the flight of stairs. And it looked like she was about to be. And I would have done what anybody as a child or a sister would have done. I acted defensively in her life. I saw her standing on top of a flight of stairs and trying to interrupt a fight in between him and I.
A flight of stairs?
I don't know what part of my body I put in between me and him and her. But I would have done anything. I would have done anything to prevent her from being pushed down a flight of stairs.
Mm-hmm. Look at Whitney there. Can you see Whitney there? She's definitely the less attractive of two pretty mediocre women. Not that that's all. What are we going to do now? What are we going to do now? How are we doing for time? 3 hours, 21 minutes in. Oh, God. What time is it? Okay, let's go through the comments. Off the pirate ship into a wall. Yeah, couldn't agree more. Yeah, what happened to Amy? Have we got more links, Amy? Are you still here? Where should we go now? Any suggestions, guys, for the anything Johnny Amber related? Should we go to Johnny's testimony with Mr. Rottenborn, or what are people feeling? Udi, throw your hat in, man. Oh, so tired, so tired, so tired. Alright, the first person with an idea gets their idea to come true, because I can't even think or type. If someone's got a link... Oh, what about on Discord? I heard some clanging going on Discord. Ah, it's Neverly. Oh no, that was from a while ago. Okay. Oh. Victoria Girl is having oysters. And sashimi. Nice. And tacos. Lobster tacos. Justice tacos. Fantastic. But you know, when Victoria Girl eats oysters, British Columbia has to call out the National Guard. What about in chat? Have we got any? Yeah. Okay. Johnny's cross exam. Good job, Udi. Let's go to the wiretaps. Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp cross. Hi. Did I read that right? Oh, does anyone think Mr. Rottenborn did a good job? I mean, he's a little bit better than Bredahoff, but still.
Morning, Mr. Depp.
Morning, Mr. Rottenborn.
Yes, 2 days ago.
And Mr. Rottenborn does sound like a Hunter S. Thompson character from one of his books. Or Charles Dickens. I mean, I love how Johnny Depp really makes the point of saying his name at every opportunity, and also separating it slightly, because you could skirt over the obvious implications of the man's family name. You could say Rottenborn, with the accent on the but Rottenborn, then it's sort of just a name. But Johnny Depp always makes a point to say, yes, good morning, Mr. Rottenborn. You know, he really just adds that minuscule degree of separation to hit it home, the name, right?
When you first took the stand, you discussed your upbringing and some of the abuse that you suffered at the hands of your mother. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you testified how she abused you physically, right?
Yes, sir.
Throwing things at
and called him One Eye. I always found that funny. This abusive mother. Hey, One Eye! Because he had a lazy eye. That was your childhood? Oh, man.
at you, hitting you.
Yeah, there was quite a, various forms of physical abuse.
And she abused you verbally by insulting you and your siblings, right?
Yes, she did.
And you testified that sometimes that verbal abuse, that emotional abuse was worse than the beatings, right? Do you remember that?
As a child, it has more of an opportunity to plant itself in your head.
Sure.
Yes.
So you'd agree that...
Even the way that Amber watches his testimony, I don't see abuse victim. I see nothing of abuse victim. I see defiance. I see arrogance. I see contempt. I do not see her... Look at that. Just look at her fucking expression. It's unbelievable. You know, but similarly to how Ali Abulaban has no sense of how he's seen by others. Amber also doesn't seem to have much of a clue, which is a real weak point if your job and profession is being an actor where, you know, your whole work, the whole of your work is dependent on how you're representing to other people, playing a part, right? Conveying emotions or whatever it is. You know, this is why I think Amber Heard is a shit actor, because I think she just sees the script, listens to the, you know, that's where you put your feet. I've got to walk to that point and then that point. I read that line, I do this action, and I execute this as almost like a choreographed dance move. That's what acting is to her, right? And acting is so not that, you know. It's so not that. That might be, you know, the acting that would be relevant in a dance production, which possibly she would be better suited at. You know, the execution of a choreographed situation, but actually convincing people of her inner drive, fear, desire, emotion, whatever it is that you convey as an actor. She is one of the, not just a terrible actor, but one of the most minimal, you know, candidates of natural ability I think I've ever seen. So, there you go, Amber.
It has more of an opportunity to plant itself in your head.
Sure.
Yes.
So you'd agree that...
Look at it. I just want to get her with the eyes open.
It has more of an opportunity to plant itself in your head.
She looks like fucking Marie Antoinette. You know, like, which would be a fitting situation for her to befall.
Sure.
Yes.
So you'd agree that abuse can take many forms. It can be physical, can be verbal, can be emotional, right?
Indeed.
And you testified that your dad wasn't abusive, but that you saw him punch walls when he was in an argument with your mother sometimes, right?
Excuse me. I
I witnessed my father, the only reaction that would be called a physical reaction from the abuse he was very stoically taking from my mother. I saw him maybe twice, 3 times, punch a wall. Once, as I said, once he punched the corner of the wall, and I watched his hand, his hand basically shatter.
Right. Mr. Depp, your walls weren't the only thing that your father punched, were they? In fact, once he punched you in the face and knocked you down, didn't he?
Yes, when I was 15 years old, this was just before I'd dropped out of high school. One morning, yes, in my mind, I was done with school. So he had asked me to, I believe it was something, it was very, he asked me to take the dog for a walk or something, or take out the garbage, something menial, something strange. And I just said, no. And he gave me he just gave me a quick shot, pretty heavy.
For the record, I'm not 100% against that type of treatment. I mean, at a certain age, in the right sort of situation, I think it's got to, you know, it's does anyone think that they're better off for never having learned how to take a punch? I mean, you know, obviously I don't agree with terrible abuse. But a cold clock once from your dad, I'm fine with that.
Hefty. And it rattled my head. It rattled the cage, you know, Tweety
Sure.
birds and stuff, sure.
So the jury hadn't heard about that before. When he punched you in the face, it actually knocked you to the ground. And then when you got up, you were all too happy to take care of what he wanted you to take care of, right?
I was excited to take care of it at that point.
And yesterday, I believe...
He's very good at getting laughs from the gallery, from the jury, even the judge, right? I mean, he's just... In terms of being charming, he does a pretty credible high score all in all. You know, Amber, 0. I have a daughter. She just celebrated her birthday as well. She's 1. Yeah, so I'm a really new mother.
believe that you testified, why would you hit someone to make them agree with you? It doesn't work. You gave that testimony yesterday, didn't you?
Yes.
Now, you try to conduct yourself as a gentleman, right?
Yes, sir.
And you think that you live up to the standards of a Southern gentleman, right?
That was essentially, you know, when you...
Is there a criterion for that, to live up to the standards of a Southern gentleman? I wonder if I would live up to the standards of a Southern gentleman, whatever that is, you know? Does anyone know? Is there like a list, checklist? Maybe we should go to the Googles. What are the standards of a Southern gentleman?
Have deep, deep roots in the South, in Kentucky and such. It's not just your parents, your father, your mother, it's your grandparents, it's your uncles, it's your aunts, it's this, it's that. Yes, raised to be a Southern gentleman, that is to say, when chivalry was still alive and allowed.
Right.
Oh, here you go, Leslie. There's a website called... Where is it? Where did it go? Native in Nashville. The Southern Gentleman, a complete guide. Here's some guidelines, because some people could definitely use a little help. Number 1, call her. Anyone can pick up the phone and send a text. Let's face it, a text requires no real effort. I'm pretty sure they even make apps these days that you can set up to send out automatic messages for you. Call me old-fashioned, but I love a good phone call. Okay. Point number 2, speaking on cell phones, pay more attention to her than... Well, what if you're gay? Or is that contrary to the Southern Gentleman? I don't know. I don't know about that list, though. We'll come back. We'll find a better list, whatever a Southern Gentleman is.
And you think you live up to the standards of a Southern gentleman, correct?
I believe I do. I certainly have done my best all my life.
Paul Bettany's a good friend that you've done drugs with, right?
That's a strange question. Paul Bettany is a good friend. Yes.
You've done drugs with him?
Yes, I have.
Cocaine, right?
Cocaine, yes.
Alcohol?
Alcohol, yes.
Pills, including Xanax and Adderall, right?
That I'm not so sure of.
Okay.
Where's he gone?
Your Honor, may we approach?
All right.
I just want to discuss one thing with you.
Okay.
Ms. Myers.
It's time for a sidebar.
Okay, so Victoria Girl says the standards of a Southern gentleman are things like respecting women, opening doors for women, being polite. Yeah, okay, well, I'm pretty all right with that. I mean, like, hold a door open for a woman so that she enters before you? It depends what kind of building we're going in. I suppose on a special occasion, maybe. I mean, I certainly wouldn't let enter the door. I'd probably more hold it open behind me for the woman. I don't think I'd be like overtly make this big display of opening a door for the woman. I'm certainly not going to pull out a woman's chair in a restaurant. That's just, I think a lot of women would be insulted by that kind of thing nowadays, right? I mean, something I've learned is that some women love it when you pay for all of the shit, and some women hate it when you pay for all of the shit. Like, I'll get the bill. Certain women are they don't like that at all. I don't know. I do my best. What can I do?
Just beginning, the first couple punches, Josh Schiffer, being thrown. This is going to be a long day, is it not?
Yeah, it's absolutely going to be long. There's a lot of worry and concern from the defense about how this first impression comes out. There's risk if the defense comes out and turns off the juror, abuses a witness, it can really set the tone for the rest of that trial. So they've got to walk very carefully into how the relationship of questioning with Mr. Depp begins. They don't want to turn people off, but at the same time, they need to set the stage for the rest of what's going to be at least one, if not two or more, detailed, thorough, and exhausting days.
And Ben Rottenborg is...
Neville, darling, you're going to have to clarify your last comment. Your typo could be either way. Are you saying you would be insulted, or you wouldn't be insulted?
He's a fantastic litigator. Johnny Depp has proven to be a fantastic witness. And here they go, mano a mano. Let's go back in live.
Mr. Depp, you remember giving testimony.
Okay, Neville. So that's up your alley. I'll try to remember that. We're going to dinner, right, Neville? We're going to Yardbird. We're going to Matsuri. So chair and door. Note to self.
Trial in the UK, correct?
Yes.
And you gave that testimony under oath, right?
Yes.
You gave quite a bit of testimony in that trial, right?
I wouldn't be able to judge that myself. It felt like a lot.
Okay, well, let's take a look at some of it. If you can turn to page 45, please, in front of you. It's page 12 of the document. There's 4 transcript pages.
I see page 12 of the document, sir.
By the way, I've been kind of distracted by the comments, but did I just hear the news reporter say mano y mano? Dan Rashbaum. We're going to go mano y mano. Does that make any sense?
Yes, sir.
Car door. I actually did that the other day. Well, I didn't open it. I closed it for a female. But I remember at the time when I did it, I thought, oh shit, was that too old fashioned?
Yes, sir. And 12 of the document, you say?
Yes, in the lower left corner, there's a page 45. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you see that on the bottom of that page?
No, I definitely like the half little stand-up gesture when you leave to powder your nose. That's very Italian, and yeah, I like that. That's cool. Yeah, southern gentlemen meet up.
There's a discussion of Paul Bettany and the drugs that you did together, and there was a question. The question is, any sort of pills? And your answer is yes. There could have been Xanax, or if he asked for Xanax or Adderall, whatever, I would of course give it to him. Question, so you would supply Paul Bettany with whatever medication or controlled drugs he asked for, is that right? Answer, if he was feeling anxious or if he was feeling unpleasant, I would give him what he asked for. Question, would you give him a Xanax? Answer, yes. Did I read that right?
You certainly did, yes, sir.
And you shared, the two of you shared an enjoyment of controlled drugs or alcohol at that time, right?
The two of us were making a film together.
With respect, sir, that wasn't my question. My question was the two of you shared an enjoyment of controlled drugs and alcohol at that time. Yes or no?
At times.
Yes. And Ms. Heard was quite adamant that you didn't drink anymore and that you should stop using recreational drugs, right?
Oh, yes.
And she didn't like it when you were high on drugs or drunk on alcohol, right?
She didn't like it when it was her perception that I was high on drugs. Okay. Her perception's quite different than the truth.
And that's what we're after, is the truth.
Her perception is quite different from the truth. Nice line, Johnny.
Let's turn to, can you pull up Exhibit 178, please, Michelle?
Is that Defendant's 178 or?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's all right. I just want to make sure.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Depp.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Can we approach, please?
Okay, sure.
All right, sidebar, get a break. More testimony when we return. Don't go anywhere. We're just getting started.
I'd know better.
Welcome back. Sidebar's over. Let's pick it up as soon as the sidebar concluded just a minute ago. Here we go.
Mr. Depp, this is a text message exchange that you had with Paul Bettany on June 11th, 2013, correct?
Yes, correct.
Your Honor, permission to move for admission of redacted Defendant's Exhibit 178 and permission to publish, please.
We based off of Your Honor's ruling.
All right.
That's fine.
178 with redactions.
Michelle, could you please blow up the first text at the top? Okay. In this text, Mr. Depp, you text Mr. Bettany, "Let's burn Amber," 3 exclamation points, right? You see that?
I do see that.
And
I love Johnny Depp's texts. He gets so carried away. He's texting his I don't know, members of his team, friends or producers or whatever. He's like, let's, what does he say? I forget. I'm sure we got some good ones coming up. It's like really over the top, but, you know, funny in its theatrics.
And at this time, June 11, 2013, Amber is your girlfriend or perhaps even your fiance at this point, correct?
Girlfriend, yeah, for sure.
And you didn't stop when you said, "Let's burn Amber." Because the next text down...
Yeah, you know, Neville Darlin raises a good point. Johnny is precise in his words, and that he actually thought through every answer carefully to give the best answer for the situation. You know, when you're being confronted by a trained legal professional in front of a large gallery, that's a packed gallery, of course it would be, in front of the jury, which I think was 18, not 12, the judge, this setting, you know, to be able to have that kind of critical thinking in that situation, it takes a special level of skill, and I'm amazed that he pulled it off so well. You know, I mean, he shows himself to be pretty good on his feet, and I agree that he answered every question very. You know, I can't really remember many or any instances where he really got caught out. And he also came across as incredibly funny at times. Again, with improvisation. You can't prepare for certain things. You can prepare your mindset, but to be able to pick up on things and make them funny in the moment takes a special skill, and he does really, really well. You know, and in such stark contrast to Amber, who did a terrible job. Completely missed it. Even on her direct examination, completely fucked it. Completely fucked it.
You can move down and blow up the next text, please, Michelle. You say, "Let's drown her before we burn her." 3 exclamation points. Did I read that right?
Let's drown her and burn her.
Yes, it's referring to the text prior to.
You didn't stop when you said, "Let's drown her before we burn her." After that, you made another comment, and I'd like to apologize to the court and to the jury for some of the language that I'm going to have to use today, but unfortunately, you're going to see a lot of documents with language like this. After you said, "Let's drown her before we burn her," that's what you said that you would do after you burned her and after you drowned her. Did I read that right?
You certainly did, yes.
And you wrote that about the woman who would later become your wife?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you pull up Exhibit 245, please? Your Honor, there's been no objection to this exhibit, and so I'd move for its admission and ask for permission to publish to the jury.
Give them a moment to. Okay.
There's no objection.
Your Honor, we have no objection to the portions that have Mr. Depp's text messages, but at the bottom portion, there is some from his daughter that we would ask be redacted.
Okay, the last two.
And Your Honor, that's okay, but there was no objection to this
I
on the
understand, but-
exhibit list.
But they don't appear to be relevant, which,
That's fine. We're happy to redact those.
okay. All right, so 245 in evidence with the redactions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, the top text message, we're going to focus on a couple of these, but the top text message is a text from you to Paul Bettany on May 30th, 2014, correct? Might need to scroll over, Michelle.
May 30th, 2014, yes.
And you recall that you testified yesterday about the flight that you took from Boston to Los Angeles on May 24th, 2014, right?
Yes.
You remember that? Okay.
Yes, I do.
And you testified yesterday that you didn't have any drinks before that flight, or maybe you had a glass of champagne or something. Remember giving that testimony?
Yes, I believe I said I had a glass of champagne on the plane.
Right. So in this text, if you could blow up, Michelle, please, that top text. On May 30th, 2014, you texted Mr. Bettany, just a little bit smaller. You texted Mr. Bettany, "I'm going to properly stop the booze thing, darling. Drink all night before I picked Amber up to fly."
The booze thing. I'm going to properly stop the booze thing, darling. Oh, God. What, drinking?
Fly to LA this past Sunday. Ugly, mate. No food for days. Powders. Half a bottle of whiskey. 1,000 Red Bull and vodkas. Pills. 2 bottles of champers on plane. And what do you get?
Hey, thanks so much again, Victoria Girl. One of our key contributors to the channel, guys, Victoria Girl. So much appreciated. And great to have you here. And great to see your scrambled eggs. Did everyone
Pay my
see
rage at the one I love.
the wonderful scrambled eggs? Oh, God, you know. I was showing off yesterday. I was saying how great I am at scrambled eggs. You know, 18 challenges thwarted, you know. Oh, hey, someone. I bet that's Laura Lee. 18 scrambled egg off challengers to me have come to my door and said that they can do it better than me. And I've laughed at every single one of them right before I beat them down. I beat my eggs and then I beat them down. 18 wins on my belt. 18 notches But, you know, without an overt challenge, Victoria Girl has put a standard out there in the Discord realm. You know, and I'm going to have to come back to it. I can't talk such a big game and be walked over with some eggs, you know. So coming, you know. Maybe very soon, actually. I think we might have a kitchen soon. How about that? With pans and everything. It's going to be great. Then the eggs are coming. Right, where are we with our video? What's going on? We've got so many messages popping up everywhere.
For little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And when you said pills are fine, this was when you were just starting treatment with Dr. Kipper to try to get off of the pills that you testified about yesterday, right?
It was Laura Lee with that fabulous coffee. Thank you so much, Laura Lee.
This is when I was...
Are you in BC as well, Laura? Have I got that right?
Still on the roxycodone. It was before the detox on the island, yes.
Right, and you testified that when you were in Boston filming Black Mass, which you flew from Boston to LA, that you had just retained Dr. Kipper to help you try to combat that pill problem, right?
Yes.
Okay. Could you go 2 texts down, please, Michelle? And this is a text that you sent on June 8th, 2014, just scroll over, to Patty Smith. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in this text,
Patty Smith, like the singer Patty Smith? He's texting Patty Smith?
I won't read all of it, but you say this. I'm going to just read the first paragraph. My darling Patty Lee, I miss you and worship you, and there is nothing wrong between us. Never, ever could that happen. I've just been so beyond busy with film here in Boston and then back to LA for kiddies. When I was in NYC, they were...
I don't know about bird flu, Albert, in Portugal. I don't know. We got flamingos.
3:30 a.m. the last time I was there, unable to stop he tears. Did I read that right?
You did.
Michelle, can you please take that down and let's pull up Exhibit 325, please. Mr. Depp, is this a text message exchange that you had with Ms. Heard on December 18th, 2014?
I see that.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of this exhibit and ask for permission to publish.
All right, any objection?
May I have a look at the...
Of course.
You can look at the
Your
bottom.
Honor, may we approach real quick?
Okay, sure.
Okay, another sidebar. The punches, are they landing? Oof, we'll have more right after this. Stay with us.
Shopguilt.com today.
Okay, welcome back. Perfect timing, an extended sidebar.
What do you think? Should we go to some... There must be, like, a good best bits clip show of the testimony. I mean, I think Johnny Depp's up there for several days. Amber Heard's up there for several days. We can't do the whole thing, like, in real time. Let's give it a few more minutes. If anyone's got a link to some other thing to do with the case that we should cover, hit us up on Discord or WhatsApp.
We have no objection to this version, Your Honor.
All right, we'll have it as redacted. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you ever going to enter any other pages of this exhibit into evidence?
I'd like to reserve the right to
Then we'll call
to
this
do that.
196A.
Okay, thank you.
This makes it easier for the record.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
All right, 196A in evidence as redacted.
And in this text message from you to Mr. Deuters on October 31st, 2013, you write, "Thanks. She thinks that my Peruvian period has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship." You see that?
Yes, I do, sir.
The Peruvian period is a reference to cocaine, is it not?
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry, you said yes, it is?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit 293.
My Peruvian period. You see what I mean? Even in his text messages, he writes like a poet. My Peruvian period.
Please.
Oh, yeah. Okay. We've got a good link here.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to the bottom text, which is a text from you.
That's correct. We don't have cameras in the video. Sorry, we don't have cameras at the hallway. We don't.
Wasn't this guy great? I mean, was there ever a more cheerful, I don't give a fuck about this situation witness than this guy? He's sitting in his car on Zoom, vaping. I think he's reversing, doing a 3-point turn while giving testimony.
Don't have cameras on the hallway.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Romero Exhibit Number 1. It's a deposition.
She brought up the situation of her fecal matter on the bed, and I and she tried to blame it on the dogs. That's what the opiate does. Your body no longer needs to make the dopamine or the serotonin. The dopamine and serotonin, as you know, I imagine, are things that keep us it gives us our moods. It gives us.
I appreciate that, but my question wasn't that. My question was,
I'm just trying
right
to
after
school
you
you.
told the doctor about your finger injury, you were asking for coke.
The line. So the incident was May 21st, 2016. You saw her the night of May 25th, correct?
You didn't know what could cause damage to Mr. Depp's hand while you were there on March 8th, correct?
Dr. Kipper told me he sustained an injury on one of his fingers.
Objection, hearsay.
Hey, Victoria girl, so if this guy was your butler, what would be the first task you would have him perform? You know, I mean, there would be so many. It's just like, you know, what a great experience. It's like he's from a Disney cartoon. You know, he's just like the quintessential butler.
You asked the question.
Okay.
Next question.
Okay, you said he sustained an injury to his finger.
Yeah. Come a time that you did move in with him.
It's kind of a rough clip show, though. It's like all over the place. But that's okay. It's only 11 minutes.
Objection leading. Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay.
He's my co-star.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. Objection, hearsay. Her communications are hearsay.
I tried to say that it was fine.
Objection, hearsay.
I found out that he was in a hotel room with Paul Bettany.
Objection, hearsay.
Did you have with Lily Rose without saying anything she said?
Objection, hearsay. Objection, leading.
If we approach and then your kid's in the car, on the street. You need to
Objection,
move it.
hearsay. That calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
When he finished filming, the plan was to do
Objection,
the
Your
full
Honor,
detox.
Hearsay. Objection, form, compound.
And then you went in the house and saw Mr. Depp in the foyer, correct?
Yes, correct.
And Mr. Depp was trying to urinate in the foyer, wasn't he?
No.
Mr. Depp had his penis out of his pants, didn't he?
I think I would have...
Mr. Depp had his penis out in the foyer. Oh, it's just so, I don't know. What is the word? I really don't know if there is a word. What is the word for what we got out of this trial? You know, I'm not big into fucking celebrity gossip, you know. I didn't even watch this trial, like, when I heard about it. I wasn't interested. And then I got interested. And then I was hooked. For these reasons. It's also true, Miss Heard, that you told Mr. Depp to suck his own dick. It's just juvenile. It's just good old-fashioned juvenile fun.
Relevance. I'll allow. Next question.
And you were trying to get Mr. Depp out of the house, correct?
Mr. Chew's loving it as well.
Correct, I was trying to get Mr. Depp out of the house, yes.
And Mr. Depp was refusing to leave the house, was he not?
Not so much refused, he just wanted 2 minutes to say his piece.
You took Mr.
And did you have any discussions with Miss Heard on the way to Coachella that evening?
We had a conversation pertaining to the surprise she left in the boss's bed prior to leaving the apartment.
And when you refer to the surprise in the boss's bed, what are you referring to?
The defecation.
And what did Miss Heard say about the defecation in Mr. Depp's bed?
Just imagine that, huh? You know, I think she's just about to leave for Coachella with her buddies and her mushrooms and her MDMA. And, you know, it's her birthday. It's her 30th birthday. Is that right? And, you know, Johnny's away. And in one final act of defiance, she climbs up on the bed, pulls down her shorts, and crouches down to take a shit. Just squeezes out a shit. Just straight onto the bed. Just the image that creates. You know. And then this whole thing about blaming these tiny, tiny dogs that are smaller than the shit that she left is hilarious, right? It's too much. It's just too much. This young, quote-unquote, beautiful woman that I'm not 100% sold on, but I'm not a big fan of blondes in general. No offense. Neverly, you're two-tone. That's fine. Yeah, no, this quote-unquote beautiful woman does that action, right? Into Johnny Depp's bed. The housekeeping staff are running around trying to change the sheets. It's just too much, man.
A horrible practical joke gone wrong.
It was a photograph of the bed, our bed, and on my side of the bed, was human.
Has everyone seen the song Objection Hearsay? That's great. Can we play that? That's not like an official release. I don't think we're going to get copyrighted for that. That's a great song.
Fecal matter.
Oh my God, look at that. Human fecal matter.
So I understood why it wasn't a good time to go down there. My initial response to that was I mean, I laughed.
I'm gonna tell the whole story, how they got there. Before they went and get the keys, they come down, they say, somebody tried to get into my unit, there's scratches on my door, and like, I'm really sorry, but who will think is gonna get into your unit because they saw some scratches on the door, like, 4 inches above the door? Because the dog was scratching the door, was trying to get in, and they thought about someone trying to break into the unit. I said, in my head, I was like, you think someone's trying to get into your unit? There's scratches like 4 inches above the floor on your door. That was the dog trying to get into the unit. And they were so afraid. Oh, somebody's trying to get into my unit. They're like, oh, come on, really? And I actually, when they asked me to go inside the unit just to check room by room to make sure no one was there. So I did that.
A few things about Coachella, and then the fecal delivery, and saying that it was the dogs. And I could not agree with her. I'd lived with those dogs. I picked up their fun. It was not the dogs.
May 24?
Yes.
Yep, no, it's Tuesday.
But in fact, you don't recall seeing.
Thanks so much, Amanda, for that super chat. Amanda says, sorry, not more El Broco. Okay, well, no, hey, every bit counts in the Metrix world. Thank you so much, Amanda, there.
Amber Heard on May 24th, correct?
I don't remember. I don't even remember what I got for breakfast.
Okay. Well, let's pull up exhibit number 1. Let's stay on page 17. That's a good place.
Which color is underneath the other?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Yes.
Objection. Form.
Even her comment of call Carly Simon, she said it better. You know, you're so vain.
Lack of foundation.
I was in such shock and
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. Objection. Form. Compound.
I'll allow it, but just trying to keep the record clear. 272 has already been entered into evidence without.
We're working on PayPal, Amanda, though. But, I mean, you know, we did receive a generous donation from somebody who got in touch recently, and they just asked me for, you know, bank account details, and I gave it to them. And then, you know, it was just every penny, no commissions went to YouTube or Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. It was just a straight donation, and that was great. So if anyone's desperate for that, get in touch with me at Gmail, at truecrimemetrics@gmail.com. And, you know, should I provide my bank account information to strangers? I mean, it's just one way, right? I mean, yeah. I mean, if that's preferable to anyone, yeah, we do accept donations, large or small, direct deposit. Yeah. Or anything you guys want to do is fine, and greatly appreciated as always.
That redactions, and there wasn't any objection. So if I could have both sides to keep track of their evidence, it's not my job to keep this. It's really the party's responsibility to take care of the record, not mine.
My apologies on that one.
Insider from 2015 that says Johnny Depp has his 5th box office bomb in a row.
If that's what it said, it said. Are you just going to keep reading this?
Well, I mean, this is Mr. Depp's reputation. That's what you're talking about in terms of Hollywood, correct? And in 2016, December of 2016, there's an article that says, quote, Johnny Depp is Hollywood's most overpaid actor for the 2nd year in a row. Did you recall reading that?
I don't know, was that written by the second underpaid actor?
And you would agree that before the op-ed there was negative publicity for Mr. Depp about assassinating President Trump. Would you agree?
No, I missed that one.
You didn't see an article in the New York Times that said Johnny Depp flirts with idea of Trump assassination, then apologizes?
Again, Johnny Depp talks with irony and panache, and I don't particularly remember that. I have a lot of stuff in front of me.
Disney.
And you may have been drunk in that video, correct?
There's a possibility of that, yes, sir.
You poured yourself a mega pint of red wine, correct?
A mega pint?
Yeah.
I poured myself a large glass of wine.
Right.
I thought it necessary.
Right.
You on each of these hundreds of times?
Yes. I'm not going to say no because she was really always nice.
All right, this is my last.
Be nice.
All right, this is my last question. You testified in response to Mr. Presidio's questions that you testified truthfully in all of these occasions. Did you testify truthfully to everything that you testified in response to my question?
Yeah, I really like that Richard Marx as well, Neverly. Like, you know, that is a caliber professional. You know, that's top shelf material, that guy. You know, real, just a pro, you know, in every regard. And I'm sure every aspect of his life.
Today.
That's correct.
All right.
I did.
Hey, Amanda, what is Zella? Zella would be awesome. Let me know, Metrix. Oh, that's like an app? Yeah, a lot of those ones like Cash App and Venmo, they're just for the States. You have to have a citizen ID. And yeah, I can't do that. I could do PayPal, but again, that takes... It's a bit complicated in Portugal. It's different, you know? It's a longer process. If you want direct deposit information, just send me an email on Gmail, truecrimemetrics, gmail.com. Or we got our coffees, you know, super chats. I mean, everything is very, very, very well received and greatly appreciated. Oh, is this bit pissed me off, man. Fucking ridiculous. She freaks out when she sees him like in the courtroom and acts like she's scared and runs to the corner. It's so overacted bullshit.
Testified truthfully to everything that you testified in response to my questions today.
That's correct.
All right.
I did.
Unbelievable. Like he was gonna what? Beat her in the courtroom.
Did you testify truthfully to everything that you testified in response to my questions today?
That's correct.
All right.
I did.
And these bailiffs, these deputies, didn't really, you know, was that necessary? How they stopped him and all that?
I did.
I like how Johnny just shrugs, like, okay, whatever.
Well,
I just remembered, we're going to go, next video, guys, next video after this, we're going to go to my personal favourite, the Johnny Depp kitchen footage where he's bashing the kitchen cupboards.
I agree that this article was not about
Did it mention
Depp.
Mr. Depp? That's what I asked you.
Well, does she have another husband who abused her
But
in
did it talk
2016?
about it? Did it talk at all about Mr. Depp's abuse?
Objection, Your Honor. He's tried to answer the first question, which was not exactly what the second question was that he re-asked. I'd asked that he be permitted to finish.
Ask your question. We'll go from there.
Rocky's boyfriend, who was some sort of chef.
Yeah, they're trying to say. Did the op-ed mention Mr. Depp by name? No, it said husband. And that husband is Mr. Depp. Ah.
He asked her what she would like for him to cook. That's hearsay, I guess.
Go ahead. I know, it's just sure it's offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
He got it.
Okay, all right, well, then.
I'm learning.
There you go.
Let me put it a different way.
Oh, that was a good bit. Let me see. What happened?
Just ask your question. We'll go from there.
Rocky's boyfriend, who was some sort of chef, he asked her what she would like for him to cook. That's hearsay, I guess.
Go ahead. I know, it's just sure it's offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
He got it.
Okay, all right, well, then.
I'm learning.
There you go.
Let me put it a different way. Mr. Drew, who was a chef, which I don't believe is hearsay, Mr. Drew had made Mexican food Ms. Heard's favorite. Is that better?
And back at that time, 2 months after the incident.
Yes, I remember, because like I say, I always make eye contact with someone that I'm talking to, but I'm not looking to find something like oh, your makeup's wrong, you haven't have changed your eyebrows, or your eyelashes are not even, or I'm not looking for anything. I'm just looking at their eyes, and I'm not looking for anything else. But if I see something, I will probably will remember.
All right. That was a first, I'm sorry.
I will say, Your Honor, that is the most bizarre deposition.
Okay, all right. I've just never seen that before. I've seen a lot of things, but I've just never seen that.
Driving that.
Yeah, that did it.
This judge really handled her shit well, like really, what a bizarre. I'm sure she never, when she became a judge, and I'm sure she was probably a successful prosecutor before being a judge. I mean, that's usually how it works, right? Did she ever think that she would be sitting on this case with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, listening to her shitting in his bed? And yeah, no, I really liked the judge. She did a pretty good job of acknowledging the absurdity of the situation while maintaining the proper order, without being starstruck or anything like that. She did a fantastic job. Really good job. Let's go to the wiretaps. Let's go to the kitchen video. Love the kitchen video. Johnny Depp kitchen video. Oh, this is so funny. Where is it?
Can you please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 638?
All right, what is, are we going to enter this into evidence, or?
Yes, Your Honor. Move for the admission of this video into evidence.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, 638 in evidence. Thank you. Now you can publish it.
What happened?
I always thought that he's wearing a "kick me" sign on the back, on his back, like that someone's put a bit of paper on his back with some scotch tape that says "kick me." Doesn't that look? Doesn't that exactly look what it is?
Motherfucker! Motherfucker! What happened? What happened?
I don't know why. I mean, I don't know why I would ever drink what I presume to be coffee out of a, cup like that with a lid on it in my own home. Is she just about to go out? She is wearing a shoulder bag, but, just, what is with that?
Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning?
Yeah, you're right.
He's in such a bad... Yeah? Did something happen to you this morning? Were you in here this morning?
I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going. You got this going.
Oh, you got this going? You got this fucking thing going? It is hilarious. I mean, come on.
Oh, really? Really? Sneak that shit on me, motherfucker.
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Oh, bye.
People always talk about the smirk. No, I hear the smirk in her voice. I've never seen it. I've never been able to pause and see the smirk. Not that I doubt it was there. Because she's obviously, there's no question, she's recording that so that she can embarrass him, have leverage, send it to TMZ. She acts like, no. Johnny would deny that he was drinking too much. So I began to record Johnny drinking mega pints of red wine so that I could show him and Dr. Kipper. I would show Dr. Kipper, I would say, oh, Johnny's drinking again. Why does she need to be there at all? Why don't you just go into the other room? I think, what was it that he just found out? He just found out that someone close to him in the business had been embezzling money, something like that, and he was having the tantrum was you know, to do with those revelations. It was fuck all to do with Amber, you know. He probably lost more money to that embezzlement than she makes in an entire year, you know.
For this
That's your house
illegally
list.
recorded tape. Do we have a date or metadata or anything on it?
Why don't we, since you have some questions about it, why don't we watch it again?
Oh, I've
Play
seen
it
it.
again,
Honey.
Hello, Mr. Pinto Peabody. I say your name even when you're not here because I love it so much.
Okay, you know what? We don't have to do that.
No, that's good.
We don't have to do that.
The Judge Penny.
This is at your house.
Judge Penny's like, oh, good. Thank Christ. We don't have to do that again.
House in West Hollywood on Sweetser Avenue, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And that's you in the video, Mr. Depp, right?
That's correct, sir.
And you would agree that you were violent in that clip, correct?
Clearly, I was having a bad time. I don't know what it was with regard to completely at this point, since I don't know the date. But being illegally recorded by your chosen other is, well, it's quite fitting with the rest of the photographs and tape recordings she made. So I thought what was most interesting is that she tried to hide it from me, and then that she laughed and smiled at the end. I thought that was the most interesting part myself. But so yes,
You didn't react.
I did assault a couple of cabinets, but I did not touch Miss Heard.
And-
as you can see, I think, no.
And you may have been drunk in that video, correct?
There's a possibility of that, yes, sir.
You poured yourself a mega pint of red wine, correct?
A mega pint.
Yeah.
I poured myself a large glass of wine.
Right.
I thought it necessary.
Right. Well, let's look at UK 101, please.
Okay, 101.
Yeah, this is day one. You see there at line 5, do you have the page up?
I don't see 101 yet, sir. Sorry.
Okay, sorry, take your time.
I've got a bit of a bushel here. 101. Sorry.
It's in the volume for day 1, if that helps.
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm looking through, but it's all, it's a bit of a jumble. Oh, sorry, here, page 101, is that what you like?
Yes, sir.
Great.
And just since you seemed amused by the terminology, you were asked the question, you were drunk, I'm going to suggest. What do you say to that? Answer, I may have been.
Where are we, sir?
Line 5.
Thank you.
Question, you were drunk, I'm going to suggest. What do you say to that? Answer, I may have been, I do not recall. The chances are very good that I was if I was upset. Question, we saw you pour a sort of, answer, mega pint. Question, mega pint of red wine, which is not everybody's choice for breakfast, is it? Answer, no. Did I read that right?
You did.
And you were very, very upset in that video, correct?
I think that's pretty clear, yes.
And you would agree that your behavior in that clip could be intimidating to anyone present in that room, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. You would agree that your behavior was intimidating, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Now, you're a lot bigger than Amber, correct? Physically?
I wouldn't say that.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the standards of a Southern gentleman were not in your mind in this particular moment, were they?
I don't know about anyone else, but I have had experiences in my life where one does stray from complete control over their emotions at times, and that is a very normal, primal thing to do. I did not try to intimidate Ms. Heard. If she was intimidated, why was she filming? If she was scared to death, why didn't she leave?
Can you pull up Exhibit 821, please? Defendant's Exhibit.
Okay, I think we're about ready to cut it off for the night, guys, but we're going to have to come back to this case. I think I might go through some testimonies and put together some prepared ideas because, you know, it just gives us such a wealth of things to work with, right? I mean, there's so much. There's so many elements to the story. There's a couple of really good episodes I saw that gave a big wide shot. I'm going to go over those and see if we can't pull some good True Crime Metrix episodes out of it. But for now, we're going to play us out with the Objection Hearsay song, which is hilarious.
I used to be respected, people took me at my word. Then I became a lawyer representing Amber Heard. Objection hearsay, oh my God, I don't have a case. Objection hearsay, now I'm ashamed to show my face.
Well, I'm a famous movie star, yeah, life is always fine. I sit down at my penthouse drinking mega pints of wine.
Objection hearsay,
I don't know why we ever wed.
Objection hearsay,
who the hell poops in someone's bed?
I object to everything, I may have an infection. Cause I say I object, the judge says
that was your own question.
Objection hearsay, court isn't supposed to be this hard. Objection hearsay, how did I ever pass the bar? Well, just one final question, sir, and this one has been prepped. What is your name?
My name is Johnny Depp.
Objection hearsay, how can you prove that that's your name? Objection hearsay, looks like we win and you are lame. Objection hearsay, objection hearsay.
It's ridiculous. Okay, is that enough? Is that enough for tonight? How are we doing on time? 4 hours 39. That'll do. That'll do. That's enough for one day, kids. Okay, I am not on tomorrow. No episode tomorrow, I don't think. Monday. Are we back on Monday? Perhaps. Perhaps. Probably. Or Tuesday. But we'll be back real soon. Thank you so much to everybody in the chat, all you fabulous moderators, members, viewers, commenters, and everyone else that left a like on the video. If you haven't left a like on the video, please do so on your way out. Thank you so much. It really helps the channel massively. What have we got coming up next? We've been promising Sabrina Limon, but I don't want to rush it, okay? I want to get... It's been years since I looked at that case. So, it's definitely coming. I'm not 100% sure it's going to be this week. It might be. But I really want to go over some of the content before we talk about it. Yesterday's Blind Watch, I don't know how I felt about that. I felt like I really didn't have much to offer, you know? We like to add value. That's the Metrix motto. Add value, add value, add value at the honey hole of true crime. True Crime Metrix. Yeah, thanks so much, everybody. And, Sunday Fun Day. No can do, Neverly. I got an extracurricular activity commitment tomorrow. I gotta cook dinner for a bunch of people. And I just don't think that there's internet at that location, unfortunately. But we can cram in a Monday Fun Day. Maybe. That rhymes as well. Yeah. Don't be an Amber. Don't be an Amber Heard. Don't be an Adelson. Don't be a Jennifer Soto. Don't be a Chandler Halderson. Don't be a Johnny... Well, no, yes. Be, you know, a bit like Johnny Depp. The good bits. I'm sure it's a mixed bag, right? He's not an angel. But who is? Gabriel. We need pictures, Metrix. I'll see what I can do, definitely. Oh, so much stress. But no, that's fine. Yeah, all right. We will see you later. Everybody in chat. Fantastic chat. Yeah. True Crime Metrix out.